In the steel and glass world of American real estate, one man rose from quiet beginnings to reshape entire skylines. His name is Stephen M. Ross. Born in Detroit to a working-class family, he didn't start with privilege. He started with pressure, expectation, and a desire to prove he could build something bigger than himself. He struggled early, moved from job to job, and watched opportunities slip through his fingers. But every setback sharpened him. When he finally stepped into real estate, he found the arena where ambition, risk, and vision collide. Ross didn't just flip properties, he imagined cities. He founded related companies with a simple belief: the future of urban life could be engineered, designed, and elevated. From affordable housing to luxury towers, from mixed-use communities to entire neighborhoods, he built projects that redefined modern development. His masterpiece, Hudson Yards, became the largest private real estate project in American history, a symbol of scale, audacity, and the power of long-term thinking. But Ross is more than a builder. He's an owner, a philanthropist, and a strategist. He reshaped sports through the Miami Dolphins, elevated education through the University of Michigan, and championed innovation through entrepreneurial communities. Yet beneath the wealth and towering structures is a man driven by something simple: the belief that cities and people can always rise higher. How did a young man searching for direction become a billionaire who reshaped the skyline of New York? And what lessons lie behind the ambition, controversy, and relentless vision that built an empire? This is the story of Stephen M. Ross, the developer who turned imagination into infrastructure and dreams into districts. Welcome to Richie Rich Stories. Please subscribe, turn on notifications, and like the video. Feel free to share the video with your friends who love money stories. In the winter of 1940, snow fell across Detroit in thick, lazy flakes that gathered on the windowsills of Rosalind Ross's hospital room. Outside, the city's factories rumbled day and night, the arsenal of democracy finding its wartime rhythm as Europe burned across the Atlantic. Inside, a newborn boy with dark eyes squinted at the harsh hospital lights, unaware that the world he entered on May 10th was reshaping itself through fire and steel. "Stephen," Rosalind whispered to her husband Fred, a real estate attorney whose wire-rimmed glasses and careful manner gave him the appearance of a man who measured life in precise increments. "Stephen Mitchell Ross." Fred nodded, studying his son with the same careful attention he gave to property deeds and zoning ordinances. The middle-class Jewish couple lived comfortably in a neighborhood where synagogues and kosher dailies punctuated blocks of brick bungalows with neat porches. Not the mansions of Grosse Pointe where auto barons lived, nor the cramped apartments in other parts of the city, but a respectable address for a professional family. "A good name," Fred said finally, strong. In his mind, perhaps, he was already calculating the opportunities that might await his son in the America that would emerge from the war. An America that would need to be rebuilt, rezoned, refinanced. Young Stephen's earliest years unfolded against the backdrop of Detroit's industrial might. The city vibrated with production. Packard built Rolls-Royce Merlin engines while Chrysler's assembly lines turned out tanks. The air carried the metallic tang of industry, and at night, the sky glowed orange from the foundries. When Stephen was old enough to understand, his father would explain how all this activity, the factories, the neighborhoods, the commerce, rested upon an invisible framework of contracts, titles, and legal structures. Property, Fred would tell him, isn't just bricks and land, it's rules and agreements. The person who understands the rules understands where value comes from. The war ended in 1945, when Stephen was 5 years old. Detroit's population approached 2 million souls, its factories pivoting from tanks and bombers back to the automobiles that had made the city famous. On Woodward Avenue, streetcars rattled past department stores where returned soldiers and their wives shop for refrigerators and furniture for starter homes. In the Ross household, dinner table conversations often revolved around Fred's work, easements and title chains, zoning variances and property disputes. Professional talk that might have bored other children, but which Stephen absorbed with quiet interest. His mother Rosalind maintained the home with the same attention to detail that Fred brought to his legal practice. The family was comfortable but far from wealthy. There were no trust funds, no family real estate empire to inherit, only the steady income from Fred's practice and the deeply held belief that education, discipline, and careful planning would unlock doors for their children. That building? Fred asked Stephen one crisp autumn day in 1947, pointing to a new office complex rising near downtown. They had taken the streetcar into the city, a special father-son outing while Rosalind visited with Stephen's aunt. Stephen was 7, with serious eyes that studied everything with uncommon intensity. I helped make that happen, Fred continued. Not by laying bricks or pouring concrete, but by solving problems with paper and ink. The developer needed to combine 3 lots with different zoning classifications. I found a way. Stephen nodded, not fully comprehending but absorbing the lesson. Nonetheless, the physical world was shaped by invisible forces that few people understood. "Will you teach me?" he asked. Fred smiled, adjusting his glasses. "That's what school is for, and college after that. The more you learn, the more you'll be able to see what others can't." By the early 1950s, subtle changes were reshaping Detroit. White families began the quiet exodus to Dearborn, Bloomfield Hills, and other emerging suburbs. The memory of the 1943 race riots lingered in the city's consciousness. The Jewish community of Detroit, concentrated in neighborhoods like Dexter-Davison, navigated a complex social landscape, connected to the broader story of American Jews now grappling with the aftermath of the Holocaust and the formation of Israel in 1948. In the Ross home, 13-year-old Stephen tuned the family's radio, moving past the static until he found a baseball game. The Detroit Tigers were playing, and the announcer's voice filled the living room with the steady rhythm of America's pastime. His father sat in his armchair, reading glasses perched on his nose as he reviewed documents from a briefcase. "Dad," Stephen said during a commercial break, "Tommy's father is building a new house in Bloomfield Hills. They're moving next month." Fred looked up from his papers. "Many people are moving to the suburbs." "Should we?" Stephen asked. Fred considered the question with the same deliberation he gave to legal matters. "This neighborhood has been good to us. My clients know where to find me. Your school is here. Your mother has her friends and the synagogue." He removed his glasses, folding them carefully. "Sometimes, Stephen, stability has its own value. Not every move is progress." The lesson settled into Stephen's understanding, another piece in the puzzle of how the world worked. Decisions had consequences beyond the immediate. Change for its own sake wasn't always wise. At Mumford High School, Stephen was a serious student, not flamboyant or particularly social, but observant and methodical. He absorbed mathematics with the same quiet intensity he'd shown studying his father's work. Numbers had logic, equations balanced. The clean certainty of mathematics appealed to him in a way that the messier humanities sometimes didn't. In 1955, at 15, Stephen spent summer afternoons helping in his father's office, filing papers and occasionally sitting silently in the corner during client meetings. Fred's practice handled the legal mechanics of property, the transfer of deeds, the resolution of boundary disputes, the navigation of zoning regulations. It wasn't glamorous work, but it was essential to the functioning of the city. "Mr. Goldstein wants to convert his property from residential to commercial," Fred explained after one such meeting. "The zoning board will resist. They see only a neighborhood changing in ways they don't like. But I see opportunity, jobs, tax revenue, growth." "How will you convince them?" Stephen asked. "By understanding what they need, not just what my client wants," Fred replied. "Success isn't forcing your will on others. It's finding the arrangement where everyone believes they've won something valuable." This lesson in negotiation stayed with Stephen, tucked away with other observations about how the adult world operated, a world of compromise, timing, and careful positioning. In the summer of 1956, 16-year-old Stephen found work at a local hardware store, stacking inventory and helping customers find the right tools for weekend projects. The owner, Mr. Levin, was a friend of Fred's from the synagogue, another connection in the intricate social network that supported Detroit's Jewish community. That Ross boy, Mr. Levin told his wife one evening, doesn't talk much, but he notices everything. Yesterday he reorganized the nail bins by size and type without being asked. Said it would help customers find what they need faster. The modest paychecks from the hardware store went mostly into a savings account, Stephen's first independent accumulation of capital. Not enough to make him wealthy, but enough to give him a taste of what it meant to transform labor into currency and currency into future possibilities. At home, the family gathered around their new television set, one of the first on their block. The black and white screen brought I Love Lucy and The Honeymooners into their living room, along with news of distant events, the Suez Crisis, Elvis Presley's provocative performances, the continuing tensions of the Cold War. Stephen absorbed it all with the same quiet attention he gave to everything else. The world is getting smaller, Fred observed one evening as they watched news footage of international events. Detroit makes cars that drive on roads in countries I'll never visit. Decisions made in Washington or Moscow affect what happens on our street. Is that good or bad? Stephen asked. It's neither. It's reality, Fred replied. The person who understands connections between seemingly unrelated things will always have an advantage. In his final year at Mumford High, Stephen took an advanced mathematics course. The teacher, Mr. Bernstein, recognized something in the serious young man with the carefully combed hair and attentive eyes. You have a gift for seeing patterns, Ross, Mr. Bernstein told him after Stephen had solved a particularly complex problem. That's rarer than you might think. Most people see only what's directly in front of them. Stephen nodded, accepting the compliment with characteristic reserve. My father says the same thing about legal work. He says most people don't read the fine print, but that's where the important details hide. Mr. Bernstein smiled. Your father sounds like a wise man. Have you thought about college? University of Michigan, Stephen replied without hesitation. My father thinks their business program would be a good foundation. Business, not law. Mr. Bernstein raised an eyebrow. Stephen considered this. I'm interested in how things work together, numbers, rules, systems. Business seems to connect them all. The teacher nodded thoughtfully. Michigan is an excellent choice, though I should warn you, Ann Arbor is a different world from Detroit. As 1957 approached its end, 17-year-old Stephen stood at the threshold of adulthood. Detroit itself stood at a different kind of threshold, though few recognized it then. The peak of the city's manufacturing might have arrived. The long decline that would reshape Detroit over the coming decades was just beginning to stir. Automation was changing factory floors. Competition from foreign manufacturers was a distant but gathering threat. In the Ross household, preparations for Stephen's departure to college occupied the family's attention. Rosalind worried about practical matters. Would he remember to eat properly, to dress warmly in winter? Fred's concerns were more strategic. The world is changing, he told Stephen one evening, as they sat in the small study where Fred sometimes brought work home. The manufacturing that built this city won't always dominate, but people will always need places to live, to work, to shop. Property endures, even as its uses evolve. Stephen nodded, absorbing this perspective as he had absorbed so many others from his father, not with blind acceptance, but with careful consideration, filing it away alongside other observations about how value was created and preserved. Ross, Fred said, using the pronunciation that rhymed with boss rather than loss, a distinction the family had always maintained. Remember that your name will follow you. In business, in life, a reputation takes years to build and moments to damage. I'll remember, Stephen promised. On his last night in Detroit before departing for Ann Arbor, Stephen stood at his bedroom window, looking out at the neighborhood where he'd spent his childhood. The streetlights cast pools of yellow illumination on sidewalks where he'd played as a boy. In the distance, the orange glow of factory operations lit the horizon, the continuing pulse of the city's industrial heart. He wasn't leaving with a trust fund or family connections to smooth his path. The Ross name carried no special weight beyond the respect Fred had earned in his professional circle. What Stephen carried instead was less tangible, but perhaps more valuable, a way of seeing the world as a system of rules that could be understood and navigated, of recognizing patterns where others saw only random events, of perceiving the invisible structures that shaped visible outcomes. Detroit had taught him that prosperity wasn't permanent, that communities transformed, that what looked solid could change with surprising speed. Fred had taught him that understanding the rules, the fine print, the legal mechanics, the mathematical certainties, provided a map for navigating this shifting landscape. As he packed the last of his belongings for the journey to Ann Arbor, Stephen placed his high school mathematics textbook in his suitcase alongside his clothes. Not from sentiment or because he'd need it for college courses, but because it represented something he valued, the clarity of numbers, the reliability of equations, the satisfaction of problems solved through careful reasoning. Dawn broke over Detroit as the Ross family prepared for the drive to Ann Arbor. The city stirred to life, factory shifts changing, streetcars beginning their routes, shopkeepers raising their security gates. Stephen took one last look at the house where he'd grown up, memorizing its proportions and angles as if he might someday need to reconstruct it from memory. Whatever path opened before him at the University of Michigan and beyond, he would carry Detroit with him, not just as a hometown, but as a formative lesson in how cities functioned, how communities evolved, and how value could be created from understanding the invisible rules that governed both. Ann Arbor, 1958. The autumn air carried a crispness that promised winter's arrival. Stephen Ross walked across the University of Michigan's Diag, maple leaves crunching beneath his leather Oxfords, the weight of possibility settling over his shoulders like his wool coat. The university sprawled before him, red brick buildings with white trim, ivy climbing their facades, students hurrying between classes. It was his first semester, and already he sensed something different here than in Detroit. The city of his youth had shaped him, but this place would transform him. "It's all about systems," Professor Clarence Hilbrey said one afternoon, chalk dust floating in the sunbeams that cut through the business school's windows. "The American economy isn't chaos. It's an elegant machine of incentives, regulations, and capital flows." He tapped the blackboard where he'd drawn a complex diagram. "Master the machine, and you'll never work for someone who does." Stephen wrote every word in his notebook, pressing firmly with his pencil. Around him, some students doodled or gazed out windows, but he recognized something profound in the professor's words. Not just theory, but a key. Later that evening, in the basement of the undergraduate library, fluorescent lights humming overhead, he reviewed his notes while other students prepared for weekend football celebrations. "Missing the mixer, Ross?" asked his classmate Daniel, sliding into the chair opposite. "Gamma Phi has that party tonight." Stephen looked up, offering a measured smile. "I'll catch the next one." "You always say that." Daniel leaned forward. "You know, all work makes for." "A better life than my parents had," Stephen finished. "I'm not here to collect fraternity pins." "Fair enough," Daniel conceded, rising. "Anyway, we're watching the game tomorrow at my place if you change your mind." Stephen nodded, returning to his books. He wasn't antisocial. He enjoyed the football games, the occasional party, but he recognized something others didn't. The university wasn't primarily a social playground. It was a forge where he could hammer himself into something substantial. By 1960, Stephen had established himself as a serious student. Not flashy, not the one with his hand constantly raised, but the one professors noticed when grades were tallied. Business administration suited his methodical nature. Here were the rules that govern commerce, explained clearly with predictable outcomes. He sat in Professor Kendrick's advanced finance seminar, listening to a lecture on capital structures. "The magic," Kendrick said, pacing slowly, "isn't in simply having capital. It's in orchestrating it, arranging it, creating relationships between money, risk, and reward that wouldn't exist without your intervention." After class, Stephen approached the professor's desk. "The section on leverage structures," he began. "I was wondering if you could expand on how tax considerations affect optimal debt ratios." Kendrick looked up with mild surprise. Most undergraduates avoided tax discussions like dentist appointments. That's quite a specific question, Mr. Ross. Typically something our graduate students explore. I find it fascinating, Stephen replied, how the tax code doesn't just reflect economic activity but shapes it. The professor removed his glasses, cleaning them thoughtfully with his handkerchief. Well, in that case, I have some reading that might interest you. Stop by my office hours. That conversation became the first of many. While Stephen's classmates debated the merits of various industries, manufacturing, consumer goods, advertising, he became increasingly drawn to the hidden architecture beneath them all. Not what was built, but how financing made building possible in the first place. Winter, 1962. Stephen stood outside the administration building, his BBA diploma tube tucked under his arm, breath-fogging in the February chill. 4 years of undergraduate business education completed. So what's next, Mr. Ross? Dean Johnson asked, approaching with gloved hands clasped behind his back. I understand you're not taking any of the corporate recruitment offers. Law school, Stephen replied. I'm staying on here for the JD program. The dean nodded approvingly, combining business fundamentals with legal expertise. That's an uncommon path, but potentially powerful. I'm particularly interested in tax law, Stephen added. Tax law, the dean chuckled. Not the glamorous choice. Most aspire to corporate law or litigation. Stephen smiled slightly. I believe the tax code is where the real decisions get made, sir. The rest is just paperwork. Walking across campus that evening, Stephen considered his path. His friends from the business program were accepting offers from Ford, General Motors, accounting firms. Good positions with clear advancement tracks, security and predictability. But he sensed another route, one less defined but potentially more rewarding. Not climbing someone else's ladder, but designing his own structure entirely. In the law library, 1963. Stephen sat surrounded by tax code volumes, regulatory commentaries, and case law reporters. Outside, students marched in solidarity with civil rights protesters in the South. The world was changing, tensions rising. President Kennedy's face appeared on every newspaper, the Cold War, a constant background hum. But in this quiet corner, Stephen found a different kind of revolution in the dense paragraphs of tax regulations. Depreciation schedules, investment credits, the subtle mechanics of how America incentivized certain economic behaviors through its tax policies. You've become a fixture in this section, remarked Professor Altshuler, the tax law specialist, stopping at Stephen's table. Finding what you're looking for. Stephen straightened. Yes and no, sir. I'm seeing patterns in how the code treats real estate versus other asset classes. The depreciation provisions alone create entirely different investment propositions. Altshuler raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Most students just memorize the provisions for the exam. I'm trying to understand the why, Stephen explained. When you see how these rules interact with financing structures, it's almost like a hidden language. The professor pulled out a chair. You know, I practiced for several years before teaching. Worked with some development syndicators in Chicago. Fascinating structures. They'd align tax benefits, risk capital, and construction expertise in ways that made otherwise impossible projects viable. Stephen leaned forward. That's exactly what interests me, not just knowing the rules, but using them as tools. Well, I have some papers from my practice days, Altshuler said. Nothing classified, just some sample structures. Might give you a clearer picture of application versus theory. That evening, hunched over his desk in his modest apartment, Stephen reviewed the professor's materials. Diagrams of limited partnerships, cash flow projections layered with tax implications, capital stacks arranged to satisfy multiple stakeholders simultaneously. It wasn't just finance, it wasn't just law. It was orchestration, the alignment of money, incentives, and regulation into something greater than its parts. Summer 1964. While many of his classmates took clerkships with judges or interned at prestigious firms, Stephen secured a position with a small real estate attorney in Ann Arbor who handled local development deals. The office was unimpressive. 3 rooms above a pharmacy, filing cabinets lining the walls, the constant smell of coffee. But Samuel Weinberg had 30 years of deal-making experience. "This one's interesting," Weinberg said, sliding a folder across his cluttered desk. "Local developers want to build apartment housing near campus. Has the land, has some capital, but needs structure." Stephen opened the file, scanning the particulars. The numbers seemed tight. "Exactly why he came to me," Weinberg smiled. "Straight financing, it doesn't work. But with the right tax approach." Over the next week, Stephen absorbed everything: how Weinberg structured the ownership, how he separated the development fee from ongoing operations, how he created a limited partnership that made the project attractive to passive investors seeking tax benefits. "Why not keep it simpler?" Stephen asked one evening as they reviewed documents. "Single owner, conventional mortgage." "Because then only the bank makes money," Weinberg replied, leaning back in his creaking chair. "This way, everyone wins. The developer gets his fee. The investors get tax advantages, plus some cash flow. The bank gets its interest. The city gets new housing. And we get our legal fees." He tapped the documents. "Always look for the arrangement where everyone's incentives align." Stephen nodded. It crystallized something he'd been circling for years. The power wasn't in being the biggest player at the table. It was in setting the table itself. Fall 1965. Stephen completed his law degree, walking across the stage at Hill Auditorium to accept his diploma. 7 years in Ann Arbor had transformed him from a serious young man with potential into a professional with specific expertise and vision. After the ceremony, he stood with his parents near the law quad, the Gothic architecture looming above them. "We're so proud of you, Stephen," his mother said, straightening his tie unnecessarily, a habit from his childhood. His father, more reserved but equally proud, asked the question that had been circulating among Stephen's peers: "So what's next? Back to Detroit? There are some good firms that would take you." Stephen shook his head slightly. "I have applied to NYU for the Master of Laws in Taxation program." His father's eyebrows rose. "Another degree? Most people would be eager to start earning after 7 years of school." "It's an investment," Stephen replied calmly. "The specialized knowledge, the connections in New York, they'll be valuable." Later that evening, at a small gathering of graduating law students, Professor Altshuler found Stephen by the punch bowl. "NYU accepted your application," he said. "I got the call from my colleague on their admissions committee." Stephen smiled, genuine pleasure breaking through his typically measured expression. "That's excellent news." "They rarely take straight-through students without practice experience," the professor continued. "But your focus on the intersection of business strategy and tax law impressed them. That and my recommendation." He smiled slightly. "I'm grateful, sir. Just remember what I told you about mentors," Altshuler said, more serious now. "Find them, learn from them. The classroom only teaches half of what you need to know." Stephen nodded. "I will." "And take risks early," the professor added. "When you're young, you can recover from mistakes. The biggest regrets come from opportunities not taken." As the evening continued around him, Stephen considered his path. Michigan had given him more than credentials. It had shaped his thinking about how systems worked, how capital flowed, how regulations could be navigated rather than merely followed. He wasn't wealthy yet, far from it, but he had built something potentially more valuable, a framework for understanding how wealth was created, protected, and multiplied. The next chapter would be New York. Tax specialization at NYU. Then, perhaps, a position with a firm. But Stephen already sensed that conventional practice wouldn't be his final destination. The examples of orchestrators rather than operators had made too strong an impression. Standing by the window, watching darkness settle over the campus that had been his home for 7 formative years, Stephen Ross allowed himself a rare moment of sentiment. This place had changed him. Someday, perhaps, he would return the favor. For now, though, he had a ticket to New York, the specialized knowledge of how money moved, and the quiet confidence of someone who had found his particular angle on the world. not as the builder or the banker, but as the architect of arrangements that made building possible in the first place. The snow-covered streets of Manhattan glistened beneath the amber glow of street lamps as Stephen Ross pulled his wool coat tighter around his shoulders. December 1966. 3 inches of fresh powder muffled the city's perpetual hum, transforming the concrete labyrinth into something almost serene. Almost. He glanced at his watch, 7:42 p.m., and quickened his pace toward the Coopers and Librand building. The junior tax attorney had promised himself he wouldn't work another late night, but the federal housing legislation that had crossed his desk that afternoon changed everything. Section 167 of the tax code was hardly bedtime reading for most, but to Stephen it contained multitudes, possibilities hidden between commas and subsections that others simply couldn't see. The lobby was empty save for a drowsy security guard who nodded as Stephen flashed his credentials. The elevator ascended to the 14th floor, where a single light remained lit in the vast bullpen of desks. "Still here, Meyerson?" Stephen asked, shaking off snowflakes as he approached his colleague's desk. David Meyerson looked up, rubbing tired eyes behind horn-rimmed glasses. "Ross, thought you'd left hours ago." "I did, but something's been gnawing at me." Stephen pulled a chair beside his fellow junior attorney and spread several documents across the desk. "Look at this depreciation schedule. Section 67 allows for accelerated depreciation on residential rental properties." "Everyone knows that," Meyerson yawned. "Yes, but couple it with the new Section 42 credits and the HUD subsidies under Johnson's housing programs." Stephen's fingers moved rapidly across the columns of a legal pad. A property showing only 6% return based on pure rental income could deliver 18% to investors once you layer in these tax benefits. Meyerson's fatigue evaporated as he leaned forward. "That can't be right." "Yours. I've checked it 3 times. Stephen's voice remained measured, but his eyes betrayed an intensity that had been building since that afternoon. "The government is effectively subsidizing housing development through the tax code. Projects that would be unprofitable on paper suddenly become viable once you factor in accelerated depreciation, interest subsidies, and investor tax appetite." The revelation had hit Stephen like a freight train earlier that day. In that moment, something fundamental shifted in his understanding of real estate economics. It wasn't just about dirt and buildings, it was about structuring, about the invisible architecture of tax code and capital. Spring 1967 brought cherry blossoms to Central Park and a promotion for Stephen. No longer the most junior member of Cooper's and Librand's tax department, he had garnered attention for his meticulous understanding of depreciation mechanics and housing credits. His small office overlooked Madison Avenue, where taxis crawled through midday traffic like yellow beetles. "Ross," a voice interrupted his concentration. Walter Stern, one of the senior partners, stood in the doorway. "The Westchester housing proposal, is it ready?" Stephen nodded, handing over a leather portfolio, complete with 3 different depreciation scenarios and projected after-tax returns for limited partners. Stern flipped through the pages, eyebrows rising slightly. "This is remarkably thorough. I've included the section on how doctors and dentists in high tax brackets would especially benefit from the passive losses in the early years," Stephen added. "Doctors and dentists," Stern mused, "the eternal source of tax shelter capital. They understand numbers but don't have time to find these opportunities themselves," Stephen said. "They're the perfect limited partners for these housing deals." Stern studied him for a moment. "You know, Ross, most tax attorneys are content with interpreting the code. You seem more interested in leveraging it." Stephen met his gaze. "The tax code isn't just a set of rules to follow, it's a roadmap to opportunities." That evening, Stephen walked home through a city in transition. The Great Society's ambitions were everywhere. New housing developments, community centers, jobs programs, all manifestations of Johnson's vision. But Stephen saw something deeper. A vast river of capital flowing through legislative channels, waiting to be diverted by those who understood its currents. In his modest Upper East Side apartment, he spread the day's Wall Street Journal across his kitchen table, eyes catching on a small article about Bear Stearns expanding its real estate syndication desk. He circled it with a red pen. The Bear Stearns offices hummed with a different energy than Cooper's and Lybrand. Less mahogany, more momentum. It was September 1968, and Stephen had been with the firm for nearly 2 months, having made the leap from tax law to real estate syndication. "Ross, join us," called Cy Lewis, managing partner and the firm's beating heart. Lewis, a force of nature in suspenders and shirt sleeves, was holding court in the conference room with 3 other men. "Gentlemen, this is Stephen Ross, our newest addition to real estate syndication," Lewis introduced. "Stephen, meet the Weinstein brothers and Max Ratner. They're looking to structure a limited partnership for a residential development in Queens." Stephen shook hands with each man, noting their appraising glances. These weren't attorneys or accountants. These were principals, men who deployed capital rather than merely advising on it. "Mr. Lewis speaks highly of your understanding of the new housing programs," said the elder Weinstein. "We have a parcel near Jamaica that could qualify for several subsidies." "What's your target return?" Stephen asked. "We need 12% to make it worthwhile," Ratner replied. Stephen nodded, already running calculations in his head. "With the right structure, we can likely push that to 15% for limited partners through depreciation alone. If we can secure Section 2036 interest subsidies, potentially higher." The 3 visitors exchanged impressed glances. "How many units?" Stephen continued. 200 apartments across 3 buildings, the younger Weinstein answered. "And how much equity are you looking to raise?" $2 million, Ratner said. "We'll finance the remaining $6 million. Stephen opened his briefcase, extracting a yellow legal pad. "Let me show you 3 potential structures." For the next hour, he outlined scenarios with different depreciation schedules, leverage ratios, and tax treatments. The investors leaned forward, engaged by his quiet command of the material. This wasn't just tax advice, it was financial alchemy, transforming legislative intent into investor returns. After the meeting, Lewis clapped a hand on Stephen's shoulder as they walked back to his office. "You've got it, kid." "Got what?" "The touch. You speak their language." Lewis settled behind his massive desk. "Most lawyers talk about risks and regulations. You talk about returns and opportunities. That's why I brought you over from Cooper's." Stephen took a seat across from his mentor. "The tax work was valuable experience, but I wanted to be closer to the deals." "That's the difference between technicians and builders," Lewis said. "Technicians solve problems. Builders create value." He studied Stephen for a moment. "You know what I've learned in 30 years on Wall Street. The real money isn't in the salary. It's in the promotion," Stephen finished. Lewis smiled. "Exactly. They carried interest. The upside. You'll make a good living structuring these deals for others, but the real wealth is in being a principal," Stephen said. "Having your own equity in the game." "Precisely." Lewis leaned back in his chair. "Learn everything you can here, build your network, meet the accountants, the attorneys, the investors, especially the investors. Then someday," Stephen nodded, understanding the unspoken suggestion. For now, he was a facilitator, an arranger of other people's capital. But something was taking root, a vision of becoming the orchestrator rather than just the instrument. The Holiday Inn coffee shop on Lexington Avenue was half empty at 3 p.m. on a Wednesday in November 1968. Stephen sat in a caller booth reviewing documents while waiting for his appointment. Mr. Ross, a balding man in his 50s, extended his hand. "Harold Kleinman, dentist, friend of David Meyerson." "Dr. Kleinman, please sit." Stephen cleared space for the newcomer. "David speaks highly of you." The dentist slid into the booth, ordered coffee, and got straight to business. "David says you understand how to make these real estate partnerships work for professionals like me. I'm in the 70% bracket, and my accountant says I need to find some shelters before year end." "Your accountant is right." Stephen opened a folder. I've structured a partnership to acquire a garden apartment complex in Yonkers, 200 units, fully occupied, with Section 8 eligibility. What's the cash return? Kleinman asked, stirring cream into his coffee. The property generates about 7% cash flow annually, Stephen explained. But the depreciation in the first 5 years will create paper losses that shelter approximately twice your investment. For someone in your tax bracket, that's equivalent to a tax-free return of nearly 20%. The dentist's eyebrows rose. And what's the minimum investment? $50,000 for a single unit, Stephen said. We're raising $2 million from 30 limited partners, primarily doctors, dentists, and small business owners looking for precisely what you're seeking. And Bear Stearns handles everything? The management, the paperwork? Stephen nodded. Complete turnkey operation. You'll receive quarterly distributions and an annual K-1 for your tax return. Kleinman sipped his coffee thoughtfully. And what happens after the depreciation benefits diminish? By year 7, we anticipate selling the property at approximately 30% appreciation, resulting in a capital gain, Stephen replied. Given the current long-term capital gains rate, that's substantially more favorable than your ordinary income tax rate. The dentist studied him. You know, my father always told me never to invest in something I don't understand, but you have a way of making the complex seem straightforward. The principles are straightforward, Dr. Kleinman. The complexity is in the execution. Stephen slid a prospectus across the table. Take this home, review it with your accountant. We will close the partnership in 3 weeks. As they parted ways outside the restaurant, snow had begun to fall again, soft flakes melting on contact with the pavement. Stephen hailed a taxi back to the Bear Stearns offices, mentally adding Kleinman to his growing network of potential investors. One by one, he was building relationships with the people who had capital but lacked time, professionals who needed expert guides through the labyrinth of tax-advantaged investing. Back at his desk, Stephen reviewed the pipeline of deals crossing the syndication desk. Each represented an opportunity to apply the principles he had recognized that late night at Cooper's and Lybrand. The federal government, through its Byzantine tax code, was effectively partnering in real estate development, offering invisible subsidies to those who knew where to look. His phone rang. Stephen Ross. Stephen, it's Cy. Got a minute? Lewis's voice had the particular tone that signaled opportunity. Of course. The Bronx deal we discussed last week. Federal housing just approved the interest subsidy. The numbers look even better now. I want you to take the lead on structuring the partnership. Stephen felt a surge of satisfaction. I'll start working on it immediately. After hanging up, he stood at his window watching the early winter twilight settle over Manhattan. In just 3 years, he had moved from studying tax code in law school to applying it at Cooper's to now arranging millions in investment capital at Bear Stearns. Yet something told him this was merely a prelude. The knowledge he was accumulating, the mechanics of depreciation, the psychology of investors, the arcana of federal housing programs, was building toward something larger. Something he would construct himself. Outside, the city lights began to twinkle through the falling snow, thousands of golden points against the gathering darkness. Stephen Ross watched them bloom one by one across the Manhattan skyline, each light a window, each window a potential investor, each investor a building block in the empire he was beginning to envision. The snow continued to fall, covering the streets in possibilities. The late autumn sun slipped below the Manhattan skyline, casting long shadows across Stephen Ross's temporary office. A bare space with scattered papers, financial projections, and a single potted plant that had seen better days. Outside, the city was changing, decaying in places, transforming in others. Sirens wailed distantly, a perpetual reminder of New York's growing crime problem as the new decade found its troubled footing. Ross loosened his tie and studied the numbers again. At 32, with his dark hair neatly combed and his suit still crisp despite the late hour, he projected confidence, though doubt occasionally flickered in his eyes when no one was watching. 3 years at Bear Stearns had given him expertise in real estate syndication that few possessed, a specialized knowledge that had become his competitive edge. But tonight he was contemplating walking away from it all. "You're really going through with this?" asked Martin Klein, his colleague and occasional mentor at the firm, leaning against the doorframe. "I am," Ross replied, his voice steady, betraying none of the apprehension he felt. "The papers are ready. Tomorrow, the related companies become official." Klein shook his head. "Leaving an $80,000 salary at Bear Stearns. That's a lot to walk away from, Stephen, especially in this economy." Ross nodded. The salary was substantial, enough to live quite comfortably in New York, even as inflation climbed and the city's finances deteriorated. But he wasn't leaving for comfort. He was leaving for potential. "The model works, Martin. I've run the numbers 100 different ways." Ross gestured to the papers spread across his desk. Section 8 housing, limited partnerships, development fees up front, general partner promotions on the back end. Other people's money builds a portfolio I control. Klein crossed the room and examined the projections. HUDs are still funding these programs heavily. Nixon hasn't cut them yet, despite all the talk. "And he won't," Ross said, confidence rising in his voice. "The cities are falling apart. Abandonment in the Bronx, crime spiking, middle class fleeing to the suburbs. They need affordable housing more than ever." Outside the window, the glow of a distant fire could be seen, another building burning in a city where landlord arson for insurance money was becoming commonplace. 1972 was not a year for the faint-hearted in New York real estate, but for someone with vision, connections, and specialized knowledge, it presented unique opportunities. The next morning, Ross arrived at the small suite of offices he'd leased in Midtown. Nothing fancy, just enough space for himself, a secretary, and the 2 associates he'd convinced to join his venture. The sign painter was finishing the door, the related company's LP. "How does it feel?" asked David Friedman, one of Ross's first hires and an expert in the HUD regulatory framework, as they watched the painter work. "Like jumping without a net," Ross admitted, allowing a rare glimpse of vulnerability. "But I'd done the math. The development fees alone, 3 to 5% on project costs, will keep us afloat even if everything else goes sideways. And the equity upside is all yours now," Friedman noted. "No more watching the partners at Bear take the lion's share." Ross nodded. 20 to 30% of the profits. That's the general partner promoted. We structure these deals right, align with HUD's goals, and everyone wins. The limited partners get their tax benefits, the government gets affordable housing built efficiently, and we take our piece for orchestrating it all. The phone rang and Ross's newly hired secretary answered. "Mr. Ross, it's Dr. Goldstein calling again about his investment." Ross smiled. The doctors and lawyers were often the first to come aboard these tax-advantaged structures. With marginal tax rates above 70%, professionals were desperate for shelters, and real estate partnerships offered precisely that, especially those leveraging government programs. "Tell him I'll call him back after lunch. We're heading downtown to look at a potential site in Brooklyn." The taxi crawled through midday traffic, the radio playing Bill Withers' "Lean on Me" as Ross and Friedman reviewed their notes. "The borough president's office says they'll fast-track approvals," Friedman said, flipping through his notepad. "They're losing population faster than they can count. Anything that keeps decent housing stock in the game is a win for them." Ross stared out at the city passing by, the graffiti-covered subway entrances, the abandoned storefronts, the sense of a metropolis in decline. "We're not just building apartments, David. We're building a system. The money moves in a circle from the limited partners seeking tax advantages, through us as developers, into construction, and back to us through fees and promotions." "You've always seen patterns where others see chaos," Friedman observed. "It's all patterns," Ross replied, tapping his temple. "Tax code, bureaucracy, market psychology, systems waiting to be understood and leveraged." The taxi turned down a street lined with brownstones, some well-maintained, others showing signs of neglect. This was the fringe where investment still made sense, where the city's decay hadn't yet taken hold completely, but where conventional financing had become scarce. Here we are, Ross said as the taxi stopped. 4 adjacent lots, current owner underwater on taxes, building permits already in progress before they ran out of capital. They stepped out into the autumn chill, the smell of roasting chestnuts from a nearby vendor mingling with the faint scent of garbage that permeated much of the city in the era of reduced sanitation services. How much to make it happen? Friedman asked, surveying the potential development site. $3 million total project cost. We raised 2.5 from limited partners, structure it as a 15-year hold with depreciation front-loaded to maximize tax benefits. HUD covers the gap through Section 8 voucher guarantees. Ross walked the perimeter of the property, his mind already converting the empty lots into garden apartments. Nothing luxurious, but solid. Functional housing for working families caught in the city's affordability crisis. And if we hit our targets, he continued, that's $150,000 in development fees for related, plus the promotion on the back end. Not life-changing money yet, but it's a start. And more importantly, it's our proof of concept. A police siren wailed in the distance, and an elderly woman watched them suspiciously from her stoop across the street. Outsiders were viewed with increasing wariness in neighborhoods fighting to maintain stability. You really think we can raise that kind of capital? Friedman asked. We're not Bear Stearns anymore. We don't have their letterhead or their reputation. Ross smiled, his confidence genuine now. What we have is better. We have structure and expertise that even they don't fully understand. I've got meetings lined up with 3 union pension fund managers next week. They need inflation hedges, and we're offering exactly that, plus social impact they can tout to their members. That evening, Ross sat in the dimly lit bar of the Yale Club, nursing a scotch as he waited for Arnold Silverman, an old law school connection who managed a mid-sized insurance company's investment portfolio. Stephen, Silverman said, sliding into the booth across from him. Still betting against New York's demise, I see. He gestured vaguely at the window, beyond which the city's lights flickered in the early darkness of late autumn. Not against it, Ross corrected. Around it, the city's problems create the very opportunities we're targeting. The waiter brought Silverman his usual Manhattan, and the 2 men clinked glasses. So, Silverman said, explain to me why I should direct my firm's capital into housing projects in neighborhoods where the city can't even guarantee regular garbage pickup. Ross leaned forward, his voice lowering to ensure privacy in the wood-paneled confines of the club. Because the federal government is guaranteeing the rent payments through Section 8, inflation is eroding fixed-income returns across your portfolio, and the tax benefits alone will generate paper losses worth more than the cash investment in the first 3 years. He pushed a folder across the table. The numbers speak for themselves, Arnie. I'm not asking you to believe in New York's Renaissance. I'm asking you to believe in financial engineering that works regardless of which way the city goes. Silverman opened the folder and scanned the projections. And related takes how much of this? Development fee of 4%, standard asset management fees, and a 25% promotion after the limited partners achieve their preferred return. Market standard, transparent, and aligned with your interests. Silverman nodded slowly. You're starting small. Deliberately, Ross confirmed. First few deals in the low millions, targeting outer borough locations with strong transportation links and stable tenant bases. We prove the model works, then we scale. And your personal stake? Ross hesitated only momentarily. I've put in what I can. Family loan, some savings from Bear. But the beauty of this model is leverage, financial and regulatory. I'm bringing expertise and access to government programs that effectively subsidize these deals. Silverman studied him over the rim of his glass. In other words, you're building an empire with other people's money from day one. I prefer to think of it as alignment of interests, Ross replied with a slight smile. Limited partners get tax advantages and modest but secure returns. The government gets affordable housing built and managed efficiently. Related earns fees for orchestrating the complexity. And Stephen Ross gets to be a principal instead of an employee, Silverman added. There's that too, Ross acknowledged. Outside, a light rain began to fall, streaking the windows and blurring the city lights. In the muted acoustics of the club, with its dark wood and thick carpets, the urban decay that dominated headlines seemed distant, theoretical. "You're taking an enormous risk," Silverman said finally, walking away from Bear, starting with minimal capital in the worst real estate market in decades. "Calculated risk," Ross corrected. "The tax code isn't changing anytime soon. Housing demand isn't disappearing. And the complexity, that's my moat, Arnie. Not many people understand how to make these deals work." Silverman closed the folder and tapped it thoughtfully. "I can commit 500,000 from our special situations allocation, not a penny more until you prove the model." Ross extended his hand. "That's all I need, first step on a long journey." 3 months later, Ross stood in the partially completed management office of their first development project in Queens. Construction workers navigated around him, hanging drywall and running electrical conduit. The sound of nail guns and circular saws created a symphony of progress that energized him more than any orchestra ever could. "We're 2 weeks ahead of schedule," the site foreman reported, handing Ross the latest timeline. "Union crews are motivated. There's not much else being built in the city right now." Ross nodded, pleased but not surprised. In a market where construction had largely ground to a halt amid the fiscal crisis, their projects stood out funded, moving forward, creating jobs. The unions had quickly recognized Related as a lifeline and were ensuring the work proceeded smoothly. His secretary appeared in the doorway. "Mr. Ross, your 11 o'clock is here, the pension fund manager from the Carpenters Union." "Show him in," Ross said, straightening his tie. Michael Donovan, a burly man with calloused hands that betrayed his origins in the trade he now represented financially, entered the unfinished space. "Wanted you to see it in progress," Ross explained, gesturing around them. 3 months ago, this was an abandoned lot. 6 months from now, 48 families will call it home." Donovan nodded appreciatively. "Our members built it, and now you're suggesting our pension should own a piece of it. That's a neat circle, Mr. Ross." "The best kinds of deals benefit everyone involved," Ross replied. "Your pension gets steady returns backed by government payment guarantees, inflation protection through rising rents, and tax advantages that boost the effective yield. Meanwhile, your members get good-paying construction jobs." They walked through the project, Ross pointing out the efficiency of the design, the quality of materials, modest but durable, and the community spaces that would serve as anchors for resident life. "You're not just slapping up boxes," Donovan observed. "There's thought here." "The physical structure is only part of the equation," Ross explained. "We're creating a system, financial, social, operational, that has to work in harmony for decades. Cut corners now, pay tenfold later in maintenance and turnover costs." As they reached the roof, they could see across the neighborhood a mix of well-maintained older buildings and newer developments, with pockets of abandonment visible in the distance. "Most developers have fled New York," Donovan said, betting on the suburbs or the Sun Belt or just sitting on cash waiting for the bottom. Ross gazed at the horizon where the Manhattan skyline rose against the winter sky. "That's because they're looking at today's headlines, not tomorrow's opportunities. New York isn't dying, it's transforming. And transformation creates inefficiencies in the market. Those inefficiencies are where the real money is made. And your little company, Related, do you really think it can navigate all this?" Donovan gestured broadly at the complex urban landscape spread before them. "We're small by design," Ross replied, "nimble. We can move faster than the institutional players, understand the regulatory environment better than the local operators, and access capital more efficiently than either." Donovan seemed to weigh this, his expression thoughtful. "The union has $10 million allocated for real estate this quarter. Convince me why it shouldn't all go to suburban office parks in Connecticut." Ross smiled. This was the moment he'd been preparing for, the pivot from small family and friends capital to institutional money that could truly scale his vision. "Let me show you the model," he said. Not just for this building, but for the platform we're building. Because in 5 years, when everyone suddenly remembers that cities are where wealth is created, we'll already be established as the experts in urban complexity." That night, long after his small team had gone home, Ross remained in the Spartan offices of the related companies. On his desk sat architectural drawings for their next 3 projects, financial projections showing steadily increasing deal sizes, and a chart tracking the growth of their limited partner investor pool. The phone rang, breaking the silence. "Stephen Ross," he answered, expecting it to be his wife wondering when he'd finally come home. "Stephen, it's Martin from Bear." Klein's voice came through the line, his tone suggesting news rather than casual conversation. "Thought you should hear it from me first. The investment committee approved full participation in your next 2 deals, $750,000 each." Ross felt a surge of vindication. Bear Stearns, the firm he'd left, betting on himself instead, was now investing in his vision. "Thank you, Martin. That means a lot, coming from you all." "Don't thank me," Klein replied. "Your numbers made the case. Though I admit, watching you build this from scratch in under a year has been educational. Maybe you saw something the rest of us missed." After hanging up, Ross walked to the window. The city stretched before him, its lights punctuating the darkness like stars in an urban galaxy. Somewhere in that vastness were the buildings he would create, the neighborhoods he would transform, the legacy he would build, one deal, one relationship, one structure at a time. He was no longer just a tax attorney with a knack for syndication. He was a principal now, betting on a system he understood better than most, using other people's money to create value that could be shared, unequally but advantageously for all involved. Outside, a gentle snow began to fall, the first of the season, softening the hard edges of a city in transition. Ross watched the flakes dance in the glow of the street lamps, momentarily transfixed by their delicate complexity, each one unique yet following the same fundamental laws of physics. Like the deals he structured, like the company he was building, like the career he was launching into the uncertain economic landscape of 1972 New York. The patterns were there for those who could see them, and Stephen Ross had always been able to see patterns where others saw only chaos. The December rain slanted across the neon reflections of Manhattan, turning puddles into liquid mirrors that captured the decay and promise of a city on the brink. Stephen Ross stood at the window of his modest office on 3rd Avenue, watching yellow cabs splash through the intersection below. The year was 1975, and New York City was simultaneously dying and offering unprecedented opportunity to those who understood its complex ecosystem of subsidies, regulations, and desperate need. "They're calling it the fiscal crisis," said Alan, Ross's project manager, dropping a copy of the Daily News on the desk. The headline screamed, "Ford to City drop dead." Ross nodded without turning from the window. "And it's creating the perfect storm for what we're doing." The phone rang. Ross's secretary buzzed through that the call from Housing and Urban Development had arrived. He straightened his tie and picked up the receiver. "Mr. Ross, this is Jim Conroy from HUD. I'm pleased to inform you that Riverwalk has passed final inspection. All 216 units are approved for Section 8 voucher recipients effective January 1st. Ross allowed himself a small smile as he made eye contact with Alan across the room. "Excellent news, Jim, on time and on budget, just as we promised. Which is precisely why I'm calling. Your track record is becoming notable. We have 3 more parcels coming online in Queens and 1 in the South Bronx. Given Relator's performance with Riverwalk, we'd like you to consider taking a look." When the call ended, Alan raised an eyebrow. "Good news?" "Better than good," Ross replied, loosening his tie. "Riverwalk just cleared final inspection, and they want us to look at 4 more parcels." Paused. "Call the limited partners. Tell them we're projecting 18% IRR once the tax benefits are factored in. Then get the team ready. We're scaling up." The construction trailer smelled of coffee and cigarettes. Ross spread blueprints across a folding table, while union representatives from the electrical, plumbing, and Carpenters Local studied the specifications for Parkview Commons, Related's third Section 8 project in Queens. 240 units, 18-month build, union labor throughout, Ross explained. We've worked with most of your shops on Riverwalk and East Point. Same terms, same schedule premiums for on-time delivery. Tommy Flaherty, the electrical union rep with hands like weathered leather, nodded slowly. You've been square with us, Mr. Ross. Not like some of these other developers who bid union then try to squeeze us on change orders. My business model depends on delivering on time and on budget, Ross replied. That means no surprises for either of us. I need reliable partners, not adversaries. Walking back to his car through the autumn chill, Ross checked his watch. He had a meeting with the pension fund managers in Midtown at 2. The Section 8 program that had launched in 1974 had created a reliable pipeline for Related, but the key to scaling wasn't just securing government contracts, it was evolving his capital base. Doctors and dentists got us started, Ross explained to Jeffrey Blau, a young associate he'd recently hired. They sat in a diner near the office, surrounded by the ambient clatter of plates and the murmur of conversations. Outside, the streets of 1977 New York were grimy and tense, still recovering from the summer blackout and looting. But pension funds are the future, because of the scale, Blau asked. Ross nodded. Scale and patience. A doctor might put in $50,000 and want liquidity in 5 years. CalPERS can commit $5 million and hold for 20. It completely changes what we can build. Blau studied the development pro forma in front of him. These affordable housing economics are fascinating. The government essentially guarantees the rent roll, which secures the debt service, which makes the returns predictable. Which is why we haven't had a single bankruptcy while other developers are getting crushed in this market, Ross said. We're the orchestrator. We keep capital at the center, outsource construction risk where appropriate, and scale through partnerships. He stirred his coffee thoughtfully. There's a red line I never want us to cross, Jeffrey. We don't over-leverage. We preserve optionality. We live on fees while we wait for the promotions to mature. Is that why we're still under the radar? Blau asked. I don't see Related in the papers much. Ross smiled slightly. The right people know who we are. HUD officials, union halls, pension fund managers, they're the ones who matter. Let the other developers chase headlines. The summer of 1979 brought a milestone that Ross celebrated privately. His accountant confirmed what the previous quarters had suggested. His cumulative earnings from development fees and general partner promotions had crossed the $1 million threshold. From the $100,000 he'd first made in 1975, the growth had been steady but not spectacular, exactly as he'd planned. He drove through the sweltering streets of the South Bronx, past blocks of abandoned buildings and vacant lots that resembled war zones more than neighborhoods. His latest project, Horizon Heights, rose from the urban devastation like an outpost of order. 6 stories of red brick with clean windows and a fenced playground. Ross parked and walked the perimeter, nodding to the superintendent who was hosing down the sidewalk. The building represented unit number 5000 in Related's affordable housing portfolio, a milestone that would have seemed impossible when he'd founded the company in 1972. Back at the office, Ross reviewed the latest project's underwriting documents with his growing team. 180 days from land control to closing, he reminded them. Every stakeholder mapped and engaged, community boards, union locals, HUD officials, local politicians. Nothing left to chance. His process had become a competitive moat. While other developers struggled with entitlement delays and budget overruns, Related moved with methodical precision. The technical due diligence was exhaustive, the financial modeling conservative, the stakeholder engagement comprehensive. We've got Councilman Martinez at 2 o'clock, his assistant reminded him. Ross nodded. The political relationships matter as much as the financial ones, maybe more. Get me the briefing on his district priorities. The winter of 1978 found Ross in Washington, D.C., navigating the marble corridors of federal power with the same careful attention he brought to construction sites. The Carter administration had expanded HUD's mandate, creating new opportunities for developers who understood the programs. It's the orchestrator model, he explained to Bruce Beal, another promising addition to his team, as they waited in an anteroom at HUD headquarters. The government provides the subsidy stream and regulatory framework. Pension funds and banks provide the capital. Unions provide the labor. Communities provide the support. We provide the expertise to make it all work together. The meeting with the Assistant Secretary for Housing went precisely as planned. Ross didn't oversell or overpromise. He simply laid out Related's track record, on-time delivery, on-budget execution, and stable management of properties after completion. There's talk about budget cuts if the economy doesn't improve, the Assistant Secretary warned. Stagflation is putting pressure on every department. Ross nodded. We build our models conservatively. If the subsidy environment changes, we adapt. That's why we've survived when others haven't. Later, walking through the cold evening toward their hotel, Beal asked, "Do you ever worry about becoming too dependent on government programs? What if they cut Section 8 entirely?" Ross's breath fogged in the winter air. That's why we're already planning our next evolution. Affordable housing gave us our foundation. The track record, the relationships, the process discipline. But markets change. Programs evolve. The developers who survive are the ones who anticipate those changes rather than reacting to them. The autumn twilight cast long shadows across the construction site in Astoria, Queens. Ross walked the perimeter with the project manager, inspecting the progress on what would be Related's largest affordable housing development to date. 340 units spread across 3 mid-rise buildings. Pension fund tour went well, the project manager asked. Ross nodded. Very. Having 5,000 units completed or under construction gives them confidence. The CalPERS representative was particularly impressed by our zero bankruptcy record. In this economy, that's saying something, the manager said, gesturing toward a New York Post someone had left behind, its headline blaring about 11% inflation. It's about discipline, Ross replied. We don't chase returns by over-leveraging. We don't bet on market timing. We bet on execution and relationships. Back in his car, Ross reviewed his calendar for the next day, meetings with 2 union pension funds, a lunch with a zoning attorney, and a site visit to a potential new project in Brooklyn. The city around him might be struggling with crime, fiscal constraints, and decaying infrastructure, but he was building a machine that thrived on precisely those challenges. As he drove through Manhattan past the graffiti-covered subway entrances and the occasional burned-out building, Ross reflected on the journey from founding Related in 1972 to presiding over a company that now controlled thousands of housing units across the 5 boroughs. The Ford administration had told New York to drop dead, but Ross had recognized opportunity in the crisis. He turned on the radio, catching the tail end of a news report about Mayor Koch's latest budget battles. The city was changing, slowly finding its footing after nearly collapsing, and Ross was positioned to grow with it. The holiday party at Related's offices in December 1979 was modest but warm. Ross had always preferred investing in relationships rather than extravagance. He clinked his glass for attention and the room quieted. 7 years ago, I started this company with a simple idea. Find the gap between what the private market will build and what the government wants built and fill it with excellence. Today we have over 5,000 units completed or under construction. We've never missed a deadline, never blown a budget, and never broken a promise to our partners. He looked around at the faces of his team, some who had been there from the early days, others who had joined as the company grew. The 1970s have been difficult for New York, but they've been foundational for Related. We've proven our concept, we've established our reputation, and we've built a platform that can evolve as the city and the market evolve. Later, as the party wound down, Ross stood at his office window, looking out at the city lights. The skyline was the same one that had greeted him when he'd founded the company, the same buildings, the same streets, but his place within that landscape had fundamentally changed. From a startup developer with a tax lawyer's insight into housing programs, He had built a company that was becoming an institution. The pension fund managers knew his name. The HUD officials returned his calls. The union leaders trusted his word. And most importantly, he had created a model that could adapt to whatever the next decade might bring. The affordable housing boom had given related its foundation. Whatever came next, Ross knew he had built something that could weather the cycles and emerge stronger. He turned off his office light and headed for the elevator. The winter night awaited, cold but full of possibility. The limousines passing by Columbus Circle reflected ribbons of golden light through evening rain, their tires hissing against wet pavement. Stephen Ross stood beside the panoramic windows of his midtown office, hands clasped behind his back, watching the traffic circle the stone column at the southwest corner of Central Park. The monument had been there since 1892, but Ross wasn't seeing history, he was envisioning the future. 14 acres, he said quietly, the most significant undeveloped site in Manhattan. Behind him, Jeffrey Blau, one of his most promising young executives, spread blueprints across a mahogany conference table. The city's looking for proposals, Blau said. Rebuild Columbus Circle, mixed use, retail, office, residential, maybe a hotel. Ross nodded, still gazing out at the rain. The New York of 1989 was changing before his eyes. The real estate crash of '87 had scared off the amateurs, but for those with vision and steady nerves, opportunity had only expanded. Time Warner's looking for a flagship location, Ross said. They're outgrowing their space on 6th Avenue. Blau made a note. Anchor tenant potential. More than that. A cornerstone. Ross finally turned from the window. At 49, he carried himself with the confidence of a man who had methodically climbed from tax attorney to developer to a force in New York real estate. His suit was impeccably tailored but conservative. No Trump-style flash. We're not just building a tower, Jeff. We're creating a place. The rain intensified, drumming against the glass as Ross crossed to the table. The blueprints showed a sweeping complex of twin towers rising from a base that would replace the unloved New York Coliseum. The development would redefine Columbus Circle, creating a new gateway between Midtown and the Upper West Side. We'll need partners, Ross said. This is bigger than anything we've done before. When Stephen Ross founded the related companies in 1972, he focused on affordable housing, mastering the intricacies of government subsidies and tax benefits. But by the early 1980s, he sensed the winds shifting. The Reagan administration had dramatically cut the top marginal tax rates, collapsing from 70% to 28%. The syndication math that had powered his early developments was transforming. We need to adapt, he told his team in 1983, sitting around a conference table littered with financial projections. The affordable housing market isn't going away, but we need to diversify. David Wine, one of his key lieutenants, leaned forward. Mixed income could be our bridge. Keep using the programs we know while adding market rate components. Ross nodded. And beyond housing, retail, office, mixed use. The New York of the early 1980s was a city in transition. Crime rates remained stubbornly high, but areas like the Upper West Side were gentrifying rapidly. Real estate prices were climbing as Wall Street boomed under the new deregulatory regime. Foreign investors, particularly the Japanese, were pouring money into Manhattan properties. The city that had nearly gone bankrupt in 1975 was experiencing a renaissance, however unevenly distributed. Ross had always been a meticulous strategist, more chess player than gambler. He began with smaller mixed-income projects, testing the approach while maintaining the fee income that kept his company stable. By 1985, the related companies was ready for more ambitious moves. Carnegie Park, Ross explained to a group of potential investors in his office, pointing to architectural renderings of a 31-story tower on East 94th Street. Mixed income, but with a luxury component. We're bringing the related standard of execution to a different price point. The project marked Ross's first significant foray into the luxury condo market. New York was riding a wave of condominium conversions, with prices climbing seemingly without limit. But unlike many developers chasing quick profits, Ross approached the high-end market with the same disciplined focus that had defined his affordable housing work. "The margins are better," he acknowledged privately to Wine as they toured the Carnegie Park construction site in 1986, hard hats gleaming in the summer sun. "But the fundamentals don't change. Location, execution, timing, capital structure." Wine gestured toward the skeletal framework rising above them. "And the market's getting crowded. Trump, Zeckendorf, Macklow, they're all betting big on luxury." Ross nodded, watching construction workers pour concrete several stories above. "That's why we need to be different. Mixed use is where we can distinguish ourselves. Not just apartments, but environments." By 1987, Ross had developed a theory about real estate that went beyond simply building structures. He began speaking about placemaking, the idea that controlling the entire environment could create value greater than the sum of its parts. On a rainy Tuesday afternoon, he visited Taubman Center's headquarters in Michigan. Alfred Taubman had revolutionized shopping mall design, understanding that controlling customer flow and carefully curating retail tenant mixes could dramatically increase sales per square foot. "The lesson from Taubman isn't about malls," Ross explained to Bruce Beal, another rising executive at Related, as their taxi navigated Manhattan traffic afterward. "It's about creating destinations where all elements reinforce each other." "Vertical integration of the experience," Beal said, understanding immediately. "Exactly. And it's the future of urban development." The taxi passed Trump Tower on Fifth Avenue. Its brass and glass atrium represented one approach to luxury development, ostentatious, branded with its developer's name in large gold letters. Ross had a different vision. "Our brand is execution," he said quietly, "not a flash. Institutions and partners trust us because we deliver." As the decade progressed, Ross refined his business model. He focused increasingly on large-scale mixed-use developments while maintaining the affordable housing base that provided steady fee income. He expanded the company's capabilities, hiring financial experts who understood complex capital structures and architects who could design compelling urban spaces. Most importantly, he aligned his team's interests with the company's success, providing promotes a share of profits above certain thresholds to key executives. This created an ownership mindset among his leadership team and helped Ross attract and retain talent that might otherwise have been drawn to Wall Street's exploding compensation. "The market's getting frothy," Ross cautioned his investment committee in late 1987, weeks after Black Monday had sent stock markets plunging. The Dow had dropped 22 in a single day, though real estate had initially seemed insulated from the crash. "We need to be selective." The committee was reviewing potential sites across the Northeast and Florida. Maps covered the walls with red pins marking properties under consideration. "Our competitive advantage is in complex entitlements," Ross continued. "Projects where barriers to entry keep out the crowd. That's where we'll find the asymmetric returns." Jeffrey Blau, who had joined the firm earlier that year, pointed to a site in Boston's Back Bay. "Mixed-use opportunity, historic preservation tax credits available, high barriers to entry." Ross nodded approvingly. The 1981 tax law had created new incentives for historic preservation, adding another tool to Related's growing repertoire. The company was becoming increasingly sophisticated in its use of tax increment financing, 1031 exchanges, and other mechanisms that could enhance returns while managing risk. "Good. Add it to the pipeline." Ross turned to a wall-sized map of Manhattan. "But New York remains our primary focus. This is where we build our reputation." By 1989, the Related companies had earned a reputation for reliability that made it an attractive partner for institutional investors and governmental entities alike. Where Donald Trump was cultivating a persona of flashy deal-making and confrontation, Ross was methodically building relationships based on consistent execution and transparency. This approach positioned Related perfectly, when the city announced plans to redevelop the New York Coliseum site at Columbus Circle. The aging convention center, built in 1956, had become functionally obsolete. The site represented one of the last major development opportunities in Manhattan. "This is the one," Ross told his executive team, gathered in the conference room of Related's Midtown offices. Outside, autumn leaves swirled across Central Park. "This is where we proved the mixed-use thesis at scale." The proposal they were developing would evolve into the Time Warner Center, twin 750-foot glass towers housing luxury condominiums, a five-star hotel, Class A office space, and a vertical shopping mall anchored by Whole Foods and high-end retailers. The complex would include jazz at Lincoln Center's new home, bringing cultural prestige to the development. "It's not just about maximizing square footage," Ross explained, pacing before a scale model. "It's about creating a 24-hour environment where each component enhances the others." The hotel guests shop at the mall. The office workers eat at the restaurants. The condo owners enjoy the cultural amenities. Bruce Beals studied the model. "The entitlement process will be brutal. Community boards, landmark preservation, traffic studies. That's our moat," Ross replied. "Few developers have the patience or expertise for this level of complexity. We do." The formal RFP process for the Coliseum site would extend into the 1990s, with construction beginning after the millennium. But the strategic foundation, Ross's vision of mixed-use development as the future of urban real estate, was firmly laid by the decade's end. December 31st, 1989. Snow fell gently outside the windows of Ross's Central Park West apartment as he hosted a small gathering of colleagues to mark the decade's end. The Berlin Wall had fallen just weeks earlier, and there was a sense that global capitalism had triumphed, with New York as its nerve center. To the 1990s, David Wine raised his glass in a toast. May they be as profitable as the 80s. Glasses clinked around the room. Through the windows, the lights of Central Park South twinkled beneath a veil of snow. The city had transformed over the decade. Crime remained high, but Manhattan real estate had become a global asset class, with prices reaching heights that would have seemed unimaginable when the decade began. After the others had departed, Ross stood at his window looking south toward Columbus Circle, invisible now in the snowy darkness. The Coliseum still stood there, but in his mind, he could already see the twin towers that would replace it, a billion-dollar bet on New York's future and on his vision of urban development. "One building at a time," he whispered to himself, a mantra he had followed since founding, related with little more than tax knowledge and determination, but always with the whole city in mind. The snow continued falling, blanketing the city in silence, as 1989 yielded to a new decade of possibility. The evening sun cast long shadows across Columbus Circle as Stephen Ross stood at the window of his new office on the 18th floor of the Time Warner Center. It was 2003, and the twin glass towers, his most ambitious project to date, had finally opened after years of planning, political maneuvering, and construction. From this vantage point, he could see Central Park unfurling to the north, Manhattan's grid spreading east and south, and the Hudson River reflecting amber light to the west. 60 Columbus Circle, he said quietly, rolling the address on his tongue like a connoisseur sampling fine wine. The headquarters of the related companies, his real estate empire, now occupied one of the most prestigious addresses in the city, a building he had created from nothing. Behind him, Jeff Blau was reviewing acquisition documents. Ross had hired Blau in 1996, fresh from Wharton, seeing in the young man something of himself, analytical precision, tireless work ethic, and an intuitive grasp of the mathematics that underpinned every real estate deal. 7 years later, Blau had become his right hand. "The institutional investors are responding well to the fund structure," Blau said, looking up from the papers. "They like the mixed-use approach. Time Warner Center proves the concept." Ross nodded, turning from the window. At 63, he carried himself with the understated confidence of a man who had transformed himself from tax attorney to developer to urban visionary. His suit was impeccably tailored but conservative, Brooks Brothers, not Armani. His only concession to flash the address on his business card. "The fund gives us flexibility," Ross replied. "Public markets are too impatient. They want quarterly results. Real estate isn't a quarterly business. It's measured in years, decades." The beginnings of related fund management represented more than just a new revenue stream. It was the formalization of what Ross had been doing since the early days, raising capital from institutional investors, deploying it strategically, and creating value through development expertise. The difference now was scale and sophistication. Bruce Beal Jr., who had joined the company a few years earlier, entered the office carrying architectural renderings. Like Blau, Beal had quickly proven himself indispensable, another young talent Ross had cultivated, aligned with long-term incentives and granted substantial autonomy. This was how Ross built loyalty, not through sentiment, but through shared success. "The equity structure for the Chicago project is ready for review," Beal said. Ross gestured to the conference table. "Let's see it." As Beal spread the drawings, Ross studied them with the focused attention he brought to every project. Behind the public image of the visionary builder was a meticulous mind that examined every pro forma, questioned every assumption, and understood that real estate empires were built on the foundation of carefully structured legal entities and precisely calculated returns. "The special purpose vehicle protects the parent company," Ross said, pointing to a diagram showing the project's ownership structure. "And the institutional partners get the targeted returns while we maintain control." This was the architecture of modern real estate development, not just the physical buildings, but the intricate financial and legal frameworks that made them possible. Ross had been perfecting this approach for decades, creating a multi-entity structure that allowed Related to operate with remarkable efficiency while minimizing risk. Later that evening, Ross sat at a corner table at San Domenico, the elegant Italian restaurant on Central Park South, favored by the city's power brokers. Across from him was Stephen Spinola, president of the Real Estate Board of New York, the industry's most influential trade organization. "Stephen, the Bloomberg administration sees you as a partner," Spinola said as they finished their grilled branzino. "Time Warner Center has transformed Columbus Circle." Ross nodded, acknowledging the compliment. Mayor Michael Bloomberg, the billionaire businessman who had taken office in 2002, spoke a language Ross understood: economic development, city branding, public-private partnerships. After the turbulence of the Giuliani years and the shock of 9/11, Bloomberg represented a new chapter for New York, one that aligned perfectly with Related's capabilities. "The city needs investment," Ross replied. "Quality development creates jobs, expands the tax base, and attracts talent. Everyone wins." This was how Ross navigated the political landscape, framing his projects not as profit centers, though they certainly were, but as engines of urban renewal and economic vitality. Over decades, he had cultivated relationships at every level of government, mastering the complex dance of zoning, incentives, and public approvals that determined which projects lived or died in New York City. The next morning, Ross was in his office before 7, reviewing the draft of a speech he would deliver later that year at the University of Michigan. The $100 million gift he had committed to the business school, announced in 2004, would be the largest in the university's history, transforming the campus and attaching the Ross name to one of America's premier educational institutions. The gift wasn't merely philanthropy, it was the fusion of his personal brand with an institution that embodied his values: education, long-term thinking, and professional excellence. Michigan had given him the foundation for his success. Now he was ensuring his legacy would be permanently entwined with its future. His assistant interrupted his thoughts. "Your wife is on line 1. Ross picked up the phone. "Cara, good morning." Cara Gaffney Ross, his third wife, was a jewelry designer and writer who moved comfortably in New York's fashion and art circles, a world adjacent to but distinct from the real estate industry Ross dominated. Their marriage added cultural texture to Ross's life, expanding his network beyond the developers, financiers, and politicians who had been his primary social circle. "Stephen, don't forget we have the gallery opening tonight," she reminded him. "Of course," he said. "I'll be home to change by 6. After hanging up, Ross returned to his speech draft, focusing on the advice he wanted to give to graduating business students. Take risks early in your career. Find mentors who challenge you. Create value for all stakeholders. These weren't just platitudes. They were distillations of his own path from tax attorney to billionaire developer. The phone rang again, his direct line this time. "Stephen, it's Jim," said the voice of James Kane then, CEO of Bear Stearns. "I'd be looking at your fund structure. Smart move. The institutions are flush with capital and hungry for real estate exposure without the volatility of rights." "The private market gives us breathing room," Ross replied. "Public scrutiny forces short-term decisions. I've watched what happens to developers who go public. They lose control, they chase quarterly earnings, they compromise on quality." This was fundamental to Ross's philosophy: maintain control, think in decades, build to last. While many of his contemporaries had surrendered independence for the capital infusion of an IPO, Ross had structured related to access institutional money while keeping decision-making firmly in his hands. Later that afternoon, Ross sat in a meeting with his top executives, reviewing the company's expanding portfolio. Related had evolved far beyond its beginnings in affordable housing. Now it developed luxury condominiums, office towers, retail centers, and mixed-use complexes across the country. Each project was held in its own special-purpose vehicle, with its own equity partners and debt structure, but all were connected through the related platform. "The Time Warner Center has changed perception," Ross told his team. "We're now seen as the developer who can execute the impossible. That's our competitive advantage." Jeff Blau nodded. "The institutional investors are noticing. They want access to our deal flow, our expertise." This was the virtuous cycle Ross had created. Successful projects attracted institutional capital, which enabled more ambitious projects, which reinforced Related's brand, which attracted more capital. The company had become a platform, a sophisticated machine for identifying opportunities, raising money, managing risk, and extracting value. As the meeting concluded, Ross lingered with Blau. "Jeff, I want you thinking about succession," Ross said quietly. "Not tomorrow, not next year, but eventually. I built this company to outlast me." Blau looked surprised. "Stephen, you're at the peak of your career." Ross smiled slightly. "That's exactly when you plan for succession, when you're strong, not when you're weak." This was quintessential. Ross, strategic, forward-thinking, unsentimental. Related wasn't just a vehicle for his ambition. It was an institution he was building for the long term. The careful cultivation of Blau, Beal, and other key executives wasn't accidental. It was a deliberate strategy to ensure continuity. That evening, as Ross and his wife moved through the crowded gallery in Chelsea, he found himself studying the room with the same analytical eye he brought to potential development sites. The art world operated on different metrics than real estate, but the underlying dynamics were similar: scarcity, perception, timing, relationships. "Stephen, meet Julian Schnabel," Kara said, introducing him to a bearish man in pajamas, the famous artist whose neo-expressionist paintings commanded prices in the millions. As they chatted about Schnabel's latest work, Ross was struck by the parallels between art and development. Both created value through vision. Both transformed raw materials into something greater than the sum of their parts. Both required a delicate balance of creativity and pragmatism. Later that night, as his driver navigated through Manhattan streets toward their Central Park South apartment, Ross reflected on the public perception of his career. The narrative was typically simplified: self-made man builds real estate empire through grit and vision. The reality, as always, was more nuanced. Yes, he had worked relentlessly, taken calculated risks, and overcome numerous obstacles. But he had also benefited from elite networks, educational credentials, and the accumulated advantages that came with them. The truth lay somewhere between the self-made myth and the privileged narrative. He had leveraged every advantage while creating genuine value through insight and execution. The car pulled up to his building. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, meetings with city officials about zoning changes, discussions with institutional investors about fund terms, reviews of architectural plans for upcoming projects. The work was never finished, the empire never completed. As he stepped into the quiet lobby, Ross felt the familiar mixture of satisfaction and restlessness that had driven him for decades. Time Warner Center was a milestone, not a destination. The related platform was robust, but still growing. The Ross School of Business would reshape Michigan's campus, but its true impact would unfold over generations. In the elevator, he straightened his tie and smoothed his jacket, habits formed long ago when appearance still mattered to his credibility. Now, with billions in assets under management and his name atop one of America's elite business schools, such concerns seemed almost quaint. Yet the disciplined attention to detail remained. The doors opened to his apartment, with its museum-quality art and panoramic views of Central Park. So different from the modest Detroit home where he'd grown up, yet connected by an unbroken thread of ambition and calculated risk-taking. Stephen Ross had remade New York's skyline, but in many ways he was still the pragmatic Midwesterner who had arrived decades earlier with a law degree and a talent for seeing value where others saw only problems. He walked to the window and gazed at the city, his city, in many ways. The lights of Time Warner Center gleamed in the distance, a testament to what could be achieved through vision, persistence, and the complex alchemy of turning private ambition into public landscape. For Stephen Ross, the buildings weren't just structures of steel and glass. They were physical manifestations of a lifelong philosophy: create lasting value, build for the long term, and never stop looking ahead to the next possibility. The evening air hung heavy over Manhattan, a languid reminder of summer's last gasps as autumn approached the island. Stephen Ross stood at the edge of the Hudson Yards site, his tall frame silhouetted against the setting sun as it cast long shadows across the expanse of metal and concrete before him. 26 acres of possibility sprawled at his feet, a vast network of working rail yards that most New Yorkers simply passed over, never giving a second thought to the potential that lay dormant beneath the tangle of steel and track. "This is it, Stephen," Michael Bloomberg said, coming to stand beside him. The mayor's voice was steady, confident, the voice of a man who had remade himself several times over and now sought to remake the city he governed. The largest undeveloped parcel in Manhattan. Ross nodded, his eyes taking in the scale of what lay before them. He'd been circling this opportunity since the city's failed Olympic bid had sparked a renewed interest in developing the far west side. Now in 2005, with the rezoning approved, the Metropolitan Transportation Authority was preparing to accept bids for development rights over the rail yards. That would allow a developer to build a platform above the still functioning tracks and create an entirely new neighborhood in the heart of Manhattan. "It's not just big, Mike," Ross said after a moment. "It's transformational." Bloomberg smiled thinly. "That's why I wanted you to see it personally. This isn't for the faint of heart. Whoever takes this on will need patience, deep pockets, and a stomach for politics." Ross understood the subtext. At 65, he had built related companies into a formidable development firm with expertise in the complex dance of public-private partnerships. He knew how to navigate the labyrinthine approval processes, how to layer incentives and subsidies to make impossible projects possible. But even for related, this would be a bet of unprecedented scale. 15 years minimum, Ross said, calculating aloud, probably closer to 20 before it's fully realized. "Most developers wouldn't touch it," Bloomberg replied. "Too long, too complicated, too many points of failure." Ross felt a familiar sensation, the quiet thrill of seeing value where others saw only risk. It was the same feeling that had guided him through affordable housing development in the 1970s, through luxury residential in the 1980s, and through the mixed-use projects that had become related signature in the decades since. "That's the competitive advantage," he said, turning to face the mayor. "How many firms can write billion-dollar equity checks and wait 15 years for returns?" The sun disappeared behind New Jersey's skyline, leaving them in the gloaming. Traffic hummed on the nearby West Side Highway, a constant reminder of the city's relentless pace. Here, in this industrial scar between Penn Station and the Hudson River, Ross saw not what was, but what could be. The conference room at Related's Columbus Circle headquarters buzzed with the energy of a high-stakes poker game. Maps and architectural renderings covered the walls, and the long table was crowded with legal pads, coffee cups, and the accumulated detritus of men and women who had been working for days with little rest. Community Board 4 is pushing back hard on density, Jeff Blau said, sliding a document across to Ross. Blau, Ross's protege and Related's president, had been running point on the Hudson Yards community engagement. They're concerned about shadows, traffic patterns, and they want more affordable units than we've proposed. Ross took the paper but didn't look at it immediately. Instead, he gazed out the window at the Columbus Circle development Related had completed 2 years earlier, a mixed-use complex that included the Time Warner Center, luxury condominiums, and the high-end mall. It had transformed a once derelict corner of Central Park into one of the most valuable intersections in New York. What are they asking for specifically? Ross asked. Fewer tall buildings, more open space, and a higher percentage of below-market units, Blau replied. The usual wish list. Ross nodded. And what's our leverage? Jobs, said Bruce Beal Jr., another key executive. We're talking about creating over 20,000 construction jobs and eventually 50,000 permanent positions. In a post-9 to 11 economy, that's significant. The subway extension is key too, added Jake Ross, whom Ross had recently brought over from the Jets to lead the Hudson Yards effort. The 7-line extension unlocks the whole far west side. Bloomberg is committed to it, but we need to show we're bringing something substantial to the table. Ross finally glanced down at the community board's demands. He'd been through this dance countless times before, the push and pull between a developer's need for density to make the economics work and a community's desire to limit change. The art was finding the balance point where both sides could claim victory. We'll concede on building heights for the eastern portion, closest to the existing neighborhood, Ross said, but we hold firm on the western towers. We'll increase the affordable component by 5%, but tie it to additional density bonuses to offset the cost. The room nodded in approval. This was Ross's genius, knowing exactly where to give and where to hold, maintaining the delicate balance between profit and politics. What about the capital stack? Ross asked, moving to the next critical question. The team exchanged glances. The financing for a project of this magnitude would be unprecedented, billions in equity, billions more in debt, spread over more than a decade of development. We've been exploring the EB-5 program, Blau said, referring to the federal visa program that offered green cards to foreign investors who created American jobs. The scale of Hudson Yards could support a historic raise, potentially over $1 billion from Chinese investors looking for a pathway to citizenship. Pension funds? Ross inquired. Several are interested, Beal confirmed. Oxford Properties from Canada is particularly enthusiastic. They've got the patient capital of the Ontario Municipal Employees' Pension backing them. They understand the long-term play here, and sovereign wealth. We've had preliminary conversations with Abu Dhabi and Qatar, Blau said. They're looking for trophy assets with stable returns. This fits their profile. Ross leaned back, fingers steepled before him. The capital markets were flush in 2005. Real estate values were climbing steadily. Debt was cheap and plentiful. The timing was ideal for assembling the most complex financing package in New York real estate history. We'll need all of it, Ross said finally. EB-5, pension funds, sovereign wealth, and traditional debt. No single source can handle the scale we're talking about, and we'll need to structure it in phases to manage risk. The sky outside had darkened to indigo, the lights of Manhattan creating their nightly constellation. In the glass towers around Columbus Circle, thousands of people were still at work. the bankers, lawyers, and media executives who powered New York's economy. Hudson Yards would be built for them, for the companies that employed them, for the luxury they increasingly expected. "There's one more thing," Cross said, breaking the momentary silence. "The approval timeline. If we're going to make this work, we need to lock in the entitlements before the market turns or the political winds shift." Ross nodded gravely. Real estate was cyclical. He'd survived enough downturns to know that winter always followed summer. The trick was to secure approvals during the boom and be ready to build when others couldn't. "Bloomberg is with us now," Ross said. "We need to move while he's in office and the economy is strong. Push for final approvals by the end of 2007, early 2008 at the latest." Little did any of them know how prophetic that timeline would prove to be. The Blacktown car glided through Chicago's downtown, its tinted windows shielding Ross from the autumn chill outside. He'd flown in that morning for meetings about a potential partnership on the Chicago Spire, an ambitious super-tall tower designed by Santiago Calatrava that would, if built, become the tallest building in the Western Hemisphere. "The Spire site is spectacular," said the developer seated across from him, gesturing toward Lake Michigan as they drove along the shore. 400 stories of pure Calatrava. Nothing like it anywhere in the world." Ross smiled politely but said nothing. He'd learned long ago that silence often revealed more than speech. He wanted to hear the pitch in full before showing his hand. "We've got preliminary approvals," the developer continued, filling the silence. "Financing is coming together. What we need is a partner with your credibility to help us get across the finish line." The car turned onto North Lake Shore Drive, offering a view of the Chicago skyline, a magnificent canyon of modernist towers that had defined American architecture for much of the 20th century. Ross admired Chicago's architectural ambition, its willingness to take risks that New York sometimes shied away from. "Tell me about unit economics," Ross said finally, cutting to the heart of the matter. The developer launched into a detailed explanation of the projected sales prices, construction costs, and timeline. The numbers were aggressive, relying on continued appreciation in the luxury condo market and a smooth construction process for a highly complex structure. Ross listened carefully, his mind calculating as the other man spoke. The Chicago market was strong, but lacked the international appeal of New York or Miami. The design was spectacular but technically challenging. The timing was concerning. Breaking ground in 2007 meant they'd be selling units just as supply was peaking across the country. "And the capital commitment you're looking for?" Ross asked when the developer finished. $200 million, with the potential for cost overruns. Ross nodded, his expression neutral. It was a significant task, especially with Hudson Yards poised to consume billions of related resources and attention in the coming years. The Spire would be, at best, a sideline investment, at worst, a dangerous distraction. "I'll consider it," Ross said as the car pulled up to their lunch destination, a private club overlooking Millennium Park. "But I need to see more conservative projections. The markets won't rise forever." The developer's face fell slightly, but he recovered quickly. "Of course, we can run more scenarios. I'm confident the fundamentals support the investment." Ross stepped out of the car into the crisp Chicago air, gazing up at the soaring towers around him. He'd built his career on calculated risks, on seeing possibilities others missed. But he'd also survived by knowing when to walk away, by recognizing when the risk outweighed the reward. The Chicago Spire would prove to be one of those moments, a tempting but ultimately ill-timed venture that would later collapse under the weight of the financial crisis. But that reckoning lay in the future, beyond the horizon of 2007's still booming market. The MTA has selected related companies as the designated developer for the Hudson Yards site, announced the Metropolitan Transportation Authority chairman at a press conference in March 2008. Beside him stood Ross, Bloomberg, and a phalanx of officials, all smiling for the cameras as flashbulbs popped. It had been a long road to this moment. The competitive bidding process had been intense, with several major developers vying for the right to build over the rail yards. Related's proposal, with its mix of office towers, residential buildings, retail, cultural space, and a central plaza, had ultimately won the day, though the negotiation of the long-term ground leases would continue for many months to come. After the press conference, Ross stood with Bloomberg at the window of a nearby office, looking out over the rail yards that would soon be transformed under their vision. "Congratulations, Stephen," Bloomberg said, offering his hand. "Not many people could pull this off." Ross shook it firmly. "Thank you for your support. This is your legacy as much as anyone's." Bloomberg smiled wryly. "Mayors come and go. Developers who can actually execute stay." Ross understood the subtext. Bloomberg had been a crucial ally in the rezoning process, pushing through the changes needed to make Hudson Yards viable. But the mayor would be term limited, out of office, in 2009. After that, Ross would need to navigate the project through at least one more administration, possibly several. "We're built for the long haul," Ross assured him. "This isn't a quick flip. We're creating a neighborhood that will define New York for the next century." Bloomberg nodded approvingly. "That's why I backed you. The city needs builders with patience and vision." As they spoke, neither man could have predicted how soon their resolve would be tested. Within months of securing the development rights, Lehman Brothers would collapse, triggering a global financial crisis that would freeze credit markets and send real estate values plummeting. The timing of Hudson Yards' approval, coming just before the crash, would prove both fortunate and challenging. But on that afternoon in early 2008, standing at the precipice of what would become his defining project, Stephen Ross felt only the calm confidence of a man who had spent decades preparing for precisely this moment. He had assembled the capital, secured the approvals, designed the vision, and built the team. Now came the hard part, turning 26 acres of active rail yard into the largest private real estate development in American history. The sun was setting over New Jersey as Ross left the meeting, casting long shadows across the future site of Hudson Yards. In the gathering darkness, he could almost see the ghostly outlines of the buildings yet to come, towers of glass and steel rising from a platform that didn't yet exist, filled with people who hadn't yet arrived, creating a neighborhood that was still just a dream in the mind of a developer who had made a career of seeing possibilities where others saw only obstacles. The city lights began to twinkle on, a constellation of ambition stretching across the island of Manhattan. Ross smiled to himself as he slipped into his waiting car. The bet had been placed. The game was on, and he intended to win. The September light filtered weakly through the blinds of Stephen Ross's Manhattan office, illuminating dust motes that hung suspended in the air like the frozen hopes of the financial markets. Outside, the city had changed overnight. The collapse of Lehman Brothers 3 days earlier had unleashed a contagion of fear throughout the global economy. The streets below seemed quieter, as if the usual frenetic energy of New York had been siphoned away by the invisible hand of panic. Ross sat behind his desk, his normally commanding posture slightly slumped as he reviewed the latest projections. The numbers on the page told a story that no developer wanted to read: credit markets seizing, liquidity evaporating, and his crown jewel project, Hudson Yards, suddenly balanced on a knife edge. At 68, he had weathered recessions before, but this was different. This was existential. "The banks are pulling back on everything," said Jeff Blau, his trusted lieutenant, seated across from him. "Construction loans that were pre-approved last month are being reassessed or outright cancelled. It's not just us. It's industry-wide." Ross nodded silently, his gaze drifting to the architectural model of Hudson Yards that dominated the corner of his office. A miniature city within a city, poised to rise above the West Side rail yards. Years of political maneuvering, hundreds of meetings, countless handshakes, all leading to this moment when the ground beneath the financial world had simply fallen away. "What are our options?" he finally asked, his voice measured and calm despite the storm raging in his mind. "We could scale back," Blau replied. "Shelve the secondary projects, focus only on core assets. Or," he hesitated, choosing his words carefully, "we could pause Hudson Yards until the market stabilize." The ground lease terms might be renegotiable given the circumstances. The word pause hung in the air between them. In development parlance, it was often the precursor to abandon, a gentler term for surrender. Ross rose from his chair and walked to the window, looking out at the skyline he had helped shape over decades. The city that had always rewarded the patient, the bold, the strategic. "We've been through downturns before," he said, almost to himself. "Not like this one," Blau countered. "This is different. The credit markets aren't just tight, they're frozen solid." October brought no relief. The Dow continued its precipitous descent. Venerable financial institutions that had stood for generations were either vanishing or being absorbed into stronger entities at fire sale prices. In the quiet of his Upper East Side apartment, Ross paced the polished hardwood floors, phone pressed to his ear as he spoke with yet another lender, seeking assurances or threatening to pull financing. "I understand your position," he said, his tone deliberate and focused, "but this project is too important to New York's future. We need to find a path forward, not an exit strategy." After ending the call, he stood at his window overlooking Central Park. The autumn leaves painted the landscape in russet and gold, oblivious to the financial calamity unfolding around them. He thought of his father, a lawyer in Detroit, who had taught him that character revealed itself not during prosperity, but during hardship. That night, sleep eluded him. The magnitude of the decision before him was overwhelming. Hudson Yards represented the culmination of everything he had built, a legacy project that would transform Manhattan's skyline and redefine its western frontier. To walk away now would be to surrender not just a development, but a vision. By morning, his mind was clear. He called an emergency meeting of his executive team. The conference room was tensely silent as Ross entered. The faces around the table, long-time colleagues who had built related companies into a powerhouse, showed varying degrees of apprehension. They knew the stakes. Every major developer in America was retreating, conserving cash, battening down for what promised to be a prolonged economic winter. "I've made a decision," Ross announced without preamble. "We're doubling down on Hudson Yards." A murmur rippled through the room. Stephen Bruce Beale began carefully, "The financing environment is catastrophic, I know," Ross finished for him, "which is precisely why this is our moment. When everyone else retreats, we advance." He outlined his plan with the precision of a military strategist: extend maturities on existing debt, bring in sovereign wealth funds as co-investors, shelve non-essential projects to conserve resources, and, most strikingly, he would personally guarantee portions of the capital stack. "Liquidity is oxygen," he told them, his voice taking on the cadence of someone sharing a fundamental truth. "From this point forward, we maintain a minimum 20% cash reserve for black swan events. We never put ourselves in a position where we can't breathe." The strategy was audacious, perhaps even reckless by conventional standards. But Ross had built his empire by recognizing value where others saw only risk, by understanding that real assets endure beyond market cycles. Within weeks, Related was deep in negotiations with Abu Dhabi's sovereign wealth fund. The opulent meeting rooms of Middle Eastern investment authorities became as familiar to Ross as his own office as he made his case, not just for survival but for opportunity amid the chaos. "Real estate isn't just about buildings," he explained to a room of Emirati investors, the desert sun casting long shadows across the conference table. "It's about timing, patience, and recognizing that true value persists beyond market fluctuations." The sovereign funds, flush with oil wealth and seeking diversification, were among the few entities with the liquidity and patience to invest when others couldn't. Their partnership would prove crucial in the months ahead. By early 2009, as the broader economy continued its downward spiral and unemployment approached double digits, Ross made another move that bewildered many observers. In the midst of the greatest financial crisis since the Great Depression, he acquired the Miami Dolphins NFL franchise and Hard Rock Stadium in a two-step transaction totaling approximately $1.1 billion. "Have you lost your mind?" asked a longtime friend and fellow developer over dinner at the Call Club, a refined sanctuary for the business elite in Midtown Manhattan. You're buying a football team now when the world is falling apart. Ross smiled slightly, the confidence in his eyes undimmed by the chaos of the markets. I'm buying a significant real estate asset with an entertainment business attached to it, he replied. The stadium alone is undervalued, and unlike office towers that depend on employment growth or retail that relies on consumer confidence, the NFL's value is remarkably stable even in downturns. The Dolphins acquisition represented more than just another trophy asset. It was a calculated diversification into sports and entertainment, sectors that Ross believed would prove more resilient than traditional real estate during economic turmoil. It also offered a platform for future ventures at the intersection of sports, media, and technology. In the stands at what was then called Landshark Stadium for his first game as owner, Ross watched the Miami crowd with the analytical eye of someone who had spent decades understanding how people interact with physical spaces. The stadium was functional but uninspired, a canvas awaiting transformation. He already envisioned the renovations that would make it a premier venue for not just football but international soccer, tennis, and entertainment events. This isn't just about football, he explained to Matt Higgins, a sharp-minded executive he'd recruited to help manage the sports ventures. This is about creating experiential real estate. The stadium is our anchor, but we're building an ecosystem. Together, they began laying the groundwork for what would become RSE Ventures, focused on sports, entertainment, media, and technology investments that would complement and extend the Dolphins' platform. Meanwhile, the financial crisis ground on. By mid-2009, Hudson Yards had slowed but not stopped. The massive platform that would eventually cover the active rail yards remained on the drawing board, but the entitlements were secured, the partnerships maintained, the vision intact. Where competing developers had abandoned projects outright, Ross had managed to preserve the framework of his most ambitious undertaking. In a quiet moment in his office, reviewing the latest financial projections with his CFO, Ross allowed himself a rare moment of reflection. 6 months ago, I nearly walked away, he admitted. There was one night in October when I thought it was over. What changed your mind? His CFO asked. Ross considered the question. I realized that fortunes aren't made by following the herd. They're made by having the courage to stand apart, especially when conventional wisdom is at its loudest. The lessons of 2008 to 2009 crystallized into a core principle that would guide related strategy in the years ahead: maintain substantial cash reserves, diversify across asset classes, and recognize that moments of maximum fear often present the greatest opportunities for those with the liquidity and nerve to seize them. By 2010, the first fragile signs of recovery were appearing. Credit markets gradually thawed. Institutional investors, having sat on the sidelines through the worst of the crisis, began cautiously deploying capital again. Hudson Yards, though delayed, remained viable, its timeline extended but its vision intact. In Miami, Ross's ownership of the Dolphins was evolving beyond the transaction phase into active stewardship. He brought the same meticulous attention to detail that characterized his real estate developments, focusing on the fan experience, stadium improvements, and building a competitive team. The sports franchise, initially viewed by some as an indulgence, was proving to be a prescient investment as NFL valuations continued their seemingly inexorable climb despite the broader economic malaise. The crisis had tested Ross in ways that even his decades in the cutthroat New York real estate market hadn't prepared him for. But he had emerged with his flagship project intact, his company solvent, and his portfolio more diversified than ever before. In the spring of 2011, as construction activity began to stir again across Manhattan, Ross hosted a small dinner at his home for the core team that had navigated related through the financial tempest. The mood was cautiously optimistic, not celebratory, for there remained enormous challenges ahead, but marked by a quiet confidence that the worst had been endured. We didn't just survive, Ross told them as they gathered in his elegantly appointed dining room. We positioned ourselves to thrive in the recovery. Hudson Yards will rise. The Miami franchise will appreciate it. and we've learned lessons about liquidity and resilience that will serve us for decades to come. Later that evening, after his guests had departed, Ross stood alone on his terrace. The city lights glimmered below, a constellation of human ambition and resilience. The financial district where Lehman Brothers had stood was still there, diminished but adapting. The far west side, where Hudson Yards would eventually transform the skyline, waited in patient darkness. The crisis had reaffirmed what Ross had always believed, that value persists beyond cycles, that patient capital ultimately prevails, and that the ability to maintain liquidity when others cannot is perhaps the greatest competitive advantage in real estate. These were not merely business principles, but philosophies that had been tested in the crucible of the worst financial crisis of his lifetime. As he looked out over the city he had helped shape, Stephen Ross knew that the legacy of those harrowing months in 2008 and 2009 would be not just survival but transformation of his company, his investments, and ultimately of the New York skyline itself. The ordeal had demanded everything of him, but in meeting that demand he had discovered reserves of determination that even he hadn't known he possessed. The lights of Manhattan winked back at him, a silent acknowledgement between a man and the city he had refused to abandon when darkness fell. The silver shovel caught the September sun as Stephen Ross thrust it into the ceremonial dirt of Manhattan's west side. This wasn't just another groundbreaking in New York City. This was the culmination of years of planning, negotiation, and vision, the official commencement of the largest private real estate development in American history, Hudson Yards. As photographers captured the moment in 2012, Ross stood surrounded by politicians and business partners, his face betraying little emotion despite the magnitude of what was beginning. At 72, with silver hair impeccably combed and his tall frame still commanding, he had wagered billions on transforming a vast rail yard into a new neighborhood for the world's most demanding city. They said it was impossible, Ross remarked later that evening, sitting alone in his office at Related's Columbus Circle headquarters, the lights of Central Park twinkling beyond his windows. That's precisely why I wanted to do it. The impossible had become Ross's specialty, a gravitational pull toward the projects others deemed too complex, too expensive, too fraught with political and economic obstacles. Hudson Yards represented the ultimate test, 28 acres of active rail yard to be decked over with a platform supporting 16 skyscrapers, a cultural center, a school, parks, and retail space. The estimated cost, $25 billion. The evening after the groundbreaking, Ross's phone buzzed with congratulatory messages from fellow developers, politicians, and financial partners. He responded to each with brief, measured gratitude. In private moments, however, Ross understood that the real work was only beginning. The platform alone, a feat of engineering that would allow buildings to rise above active train tracks, would take years and cost hundreds of millions before a single tower could begin construction. Are we certain about the EB5 numbers? Ross asked Jeff Blau, his longtime lieutenant and CEO, during a strategy meeting in the winter of 2013. They sat in Ross's office, the table between them covered with financial models and architectural renderings. The Chinese investors are lined up, Blau replied. We're looking at potentially raising over $1 billion through the program. The EB5 visa program, which offered foreign investors a path to American residency in exchange for job-creating investments, had become a crucial piece of Hudson Yards' complex capital stack. Ross had recognized its potential early, turning what had been a little-used immigration provision into a powerful funding mechanism. By the project's completion, Related would raise approximately $1.2 billion through EB5, the largest such raise in American history. Make sure the compliance is impeccable, Ross said quietly. There will be scrutiny, there always is. He wasn't wrong. Through misty mornings and late nights over the next 7 years, as Hudson Yards rose from concept to concrete reality, Ross weathered waves of scrutiny from every direction. Critics questioned the public subsidies that helped make the project viable, particularly the $2.4 billion extension of the 7 subway line to serve the new neighborhood. what some hailed as a triumph of public-private partnership, others condemned as corporate welfare, taxpayer dollars supporting luxury developments for the global elite. Ross absorbed these criticisms with the stoicism of a man who had built his career navigating the intersection of government incentives and private development. He'd started with affordable housing in the 1970s, using tax credits and public programs to build thousands of units across the country. The scale had changed dramatically, but the fundamental approach remained: identify where public policy created opportunity and build structure around it. On a cold winter morning in 2014, Ross stood on the growing platform above the rail yard, hard hat in place, watching hundreds of construction workers transform his vision into reality. The first tower, 10 Hudson Yards, was rising on the eastern edge of the site. The chill penetrated his cashmere coat as he spoke with the construction manager. "We're tracking on schedule and budget," the manager said, breath visible in the frigid air. Ross nodded, saying little. His attention was elsewhere, on the growing steel framework that would become the home of Coach, L'Oreal, and SAP. In his mind, he was already walking through completed lobbies, looking out from penthouse offices across the Hudson River. The ability to see the finished project years before completion had always been his gift. That vision was being tested elsewhere. The Miami Dolphins, which Ross had purchased in 2008 for $1.1 billion, were under investigation following allegations of a toxic culture and harassment between players. While Ross himself wasn't implicated, the 2013 scandal forced a reckoning with the culture he had overseen from a distance. "We need comprehensive workplace reforms," Ross told the team executives in a conference call from New York. "This isn't just about compliance, it's about creating an environment of respect." It was a distraction he could ill afford with Hudson Yards demanding so much attention, but Ross approached it with the same methodical problem. Solving he applied to real estate challenges. New policies were implemented, personnel changed, and the organization gradually stabilized. The experience reinforced his conviction that institutions require constant maintenance, whether football franchises or real estate empires. Back in New York, Hudson Yards was taking shape against the skyline. By 2016, the first tower was nearing completion, and tenants were signing leases for the others still under construction. BlackRock, KKR, BCG, Warner Media, the roster read like a who's who of global capital. The retail component had secured commitments from over 100 tenants, anchored by the first Neiman Marcus in New York City. "The best time to buy is when no one else can," Ross often told investors who questioned the wisdom of building so much space in the aftermath of a recession. "When everyone else freezes, that's when you move." This philosophy had guided his acquisition of development rights during the financial crisis, when few had the capital or courage to pursue such ambitious plans. Now, as cranes swung overhead and glass facades rose floor by floor, that counter-cyclical approach was being vindicated. In his Michigan blue tie, a nod to his alma mater, Ross walked through the cavernous space that would become the shops at Hudson Yards with retail executives one spring afternoon in 2017. His footsteps echoed on concrete floors that would soon be covered in Italian marble. "We're not just building a mall," he explained, gesturing to the soaring atrium. "We're creating a district. The shopping experience has to be extraordinary to compete with online retail." Later that year, Ross's connection to the University of Michigan deepened further with a $200 million gift toward athletics facilities and business education. It pushed his total giving to the university over $400 million, cementing his place as one of the most generous donors in its history. "The institutions that shaped us deserve our support," he told a small gathering of Michigan alumni at his Columbus Circle apartment, the half-completed Hudson Yards visible through the windows behind him. "Success means nothing if you don't build lasting legacies." The legacy at Hudson Yards was taking physical form. By early 2019, the eastern half of the project, dubbed Phase 1, was ready for its public debut. On a crisp March day, Ross stood at a podium set up in the public square, surrounded by political figures, business partners, and celebrities gathered for the grand opening ceremonies. "Today we open not just buildings but a new neighborhood, a new center of gravity for New York, Ross said, his voice carrying across the crowd. Behind him rose the copper-colored spiral of Thomas Heatherwick's vessel, the 150-foot-tall honeycomb of interconnected staircases that had become the project's most recognizable symbol. Beyond it stretched the glass facades of the completed towers, reflecting clouds and neighboring buildings, a new crystalline landscape inserted into the Manhattan grid. The opening garnered international headlines and brought thousands of visitors to explore what $25 billion of vision and capital could create. Critics called it sterile, corporate, and disconnected from the authentic fabric of New York. Admirers hailed it as visionary, forward-thinking, and a much-needed expansion of the city's commercial and cultural capacity. Ross listened to both perspectives with the same measured consideration. He had never expected universal acclaim. Building at this scale meant becoming a lightning rod for broader debates about urban development, wealth, public resources, and the future of cities. Those debates intensified that summer when news broke that Ross would host a fundraiser for President Trump at his Hamptons estate. The backlash was swift and fierce. #BoycottEquinox trended on social media. Ross was a major investor in the luxury fitness brand, and prominent Miami Dolphins players publicly criticized their owners' political associations. In his office overlooking the newly opened Hudson Yards, Ross read through the statements being prepared by his communications team. "I've always been an active participant in the democratic process," he said, revising the draft. "While I disagree with the president on many issues, particularly those related to social justice, I believe in dialogue across political differences." The statement did little to quell the immediate outrage, but Ross weathered the storm with the same stoic resilience he had shown through decades of business challenges. He understood that controversy, like market cycles, eventually passes if one's foundations are solid. By the end of 2019, the first phase of Hudson Yards had settled into the rhythm of New York life. Office workers streamed from the 7 train into the towers each morning. Tourists climbed the vessel and shopped at the luxury retailers. Performances at the Shed, the innovative cultural center at the complex's edge, drew critics and audiences from across the city. Standing at the windows of his penthouse at 35 Hudson Yards, one of the residential towers he had built, Ross looked out over his creation one December evening. Lights glimmered in the office towers where tens of thousands now worked. The holiday decorations in the retail center below added color to the winter darkness. In the distance, the Hudson River reflected the last light of day. "Not bad for something they said couldn't be done," he murmured to himself. The neighborhood that had existed only in renderings and financial models 7 years earlier now stood complete. 18 million square feet of mixed-use development representing the largest private real estate project in American history. Phase 2, over the Western Rail Yard, still lay ahead, but the most daunting challenges had been overcome. Ross knew the criticisms by heart, that Hudson Yards was a billionaire's playground, disconnected from ordinary New Yorkers. That its glossy perfection lacked the organic character that made neighborhoods like the Village or Harlem so beloved, that public subsidies had underpinned private profit. He accepted these critiques as the inevitable consequence of building at unprecedented scale in a city that prided itself on spirited debate. What mattered more to Ross, as he contemplated the skyline he had altered, was that he had done what others couldn't or wouldn't. He had seen potential in a void over the rail yards when most saw only obstacles. He had assembled billions in capital when conventional wisdom said the numbers couldn't work. He had navigated the labyrinthine politics of New York development when experts predicted endless stalemate. The completed Hudson Yards stood as testament to a particular kind of American possibility, one rooted in grand ambition, financial engineering, and the stubborn refusal to accept conventional limitations. Whether one viewed it as triumph or cautionary tale depended largely on one's perspective on wealth, cities, and the proper relationship between public and private interests. Ross, approaching 80 as the decade closed, had no illusions about universal acclaim. He had built too much, taken too many risks, and accumulated too much wealth to escape criticism. What he had sought instead was impact, the tangible evidence that his vision had changed the physical and economic reality of the city he had adopted as his own. As night fell completely over Hudson Yards, the lights of his creation now outshining the stars, Stephen Ross turned away from the window. There was still work to be done, institutions to build, legacies to secure. The impossible, once achieved, simply became the foundation for the next challenge. The sun cast a faint golden glow over the Hard Rock Stadium on February 2nd, 2020, as Stephen Ross stood in his private box, watching the Kansas City Chiefs battle the San Francisco 49ers in Super Bowl 54. At 79, Ross had the lean build of a man who maintained discipline in all aspects of his life. His silver hair was immaculately styled, his custom suit perfectly tailored. He gazed out at the 65,000 spectators filling the venue he had transformed, with over $500 million in renovations. "Quite a view, isn't it?" said Jeff Blau, CEO of related companies and Ross's longtime lieutenant, joining him at the window. Ross nodded, his eyes fixed on the massive canopy overhead, designed to shield fans from Miami's unpredictable weather while preserving the open-air experience. "Worth every penny," he said quietly. The stadium hummed with energy as halftime approached. The renovation had delivered exactly what Ross had envisioned, a world-class venue capable of hosting the most prestigious sporting events. The Super Bowl validated his strategy, transforming what had been an aging concrete bowl into an entertainment destination that generated revenue year-round through concerts, international soccer matches, the Miami Open tennis tournament, and Formula One racing. As the halftime show began, Ross retreated to a quieter corner of the suite where Bruce Beal Jr., president of Related, was reviewing something on his tablet. "Any word from New York?" Ross asked. Beal looked up. "Hudson Yards is quiet today. Most tenants watch the game at home, I imagine." Ross smiled faintly. Two parallel lives, the New York real estate titan and the sports franchise owner, existing in careful balance. The Dolphins might be the more visible of his assets, but related companies remained the foundation of his empire. Later that evening, as confetti rained down on the victorious Chiefs, Ross felt a complex mixture of emotions. Pride in what he had built, certainly, but also the persistent hunger of someone who knew that owning a successful stadium was different from owning a championship team. The Dolphins had not reached a Super Bowl under his ownership. Not yet. Spring arrived in New York with eerie silence. The COVID-19 pandemic had emptied the city's streets, shuttering businesses and sending office workers home. Hudson Yards, Ross's $25 billion development on Manhattan's West Side, stood like a gleaming ghost town. The observation deck was closed. The high-end mall was shuttered. Office towers stood at minimal occupancy. In his penthouse apartment overlooking Central Park, Ross conducted a video call with his executive team. The faces of Blau and Beal appeared on screen alongside representatives from Goldman Sachs and Paul Weiss, his longtime legal counsel. "The doomsayers are out in force," Ross said, adjusting his reading glasses as he reviewed the latest projections. "They're writing obituaries for cities, for office buildings, for everything we've built." "It's unprecedented," Blau acknowledged, his backdrop revealing the home office he'd established in the Hamptons. "But we've seen this before, after 9/11, after 2008. Different crises, same predictions." "This time feels different," Ross said, his voice measured and calm despite the circumstances, "but that doesn't mean they're right." He'd built his career on seeing opportunity where others saw only risk. While peers focused on single buildings, Ross had mastered the art of creating neighborhoods. While they chased quick profits, he played the long game, understanding that urban patterns were measured in decades, not quarters. "We have the liquidity to weather this," he continued, "and we have the right tenant mix. Tech, finance, healthcare, they'll survive this. They might need less space, or different space, but they'll need space." The pandemic represented the second black swan event of Ross's mature career. The first, the 2008 financial crisis, had hit just as he was securing the development rights for Hudson Yards. He had weathered that storm by doubling down, bringing in additional capital partners, and refusing to compromise on his vision. "What about Miami?" asked one of the bankers. "Florida's handling this differently." Ross nodded. His life triangulated between New York, Miami, and the Hamptons, with private jet service connecting them. The pandemic had accelerated wealth migration to Florida, with its lower taxes and fewer restrictions. "The Dolphins organization is stable," he replied, "and Hard Rock Stadium will be ready when events return. Meanwhile, we use this time to plan." As the call ended, Ross walked to his window. Central Park stretched before him, unusually empty. He thought about the cyclical nature of cities, how they contracted and expanded, how they absorbed shocks and emerged transformed but intact. Hudson Yards had been built on a 28-acre platform over active rail yards, an engineering feat deemed impossible by many. A pandemic, while devastating, was just another challenge to overcome. By mid-2021, the narrative had shifted. The vaccines were rolling out. New York was reawakening. Hudson Yards had survived its first major test. The tenants had honored their leases. Facebook, now Meta, has taken additional space. The luxury condominiums were selling again. Ross sat in the private dining room at Peak, the restaurant at the summit of 30 Hudson Yards, with views stretching across the Hudson River to New Jersey. Across from him sat an institutional investor representing one of the largest sovereign wealth funds in the world. "The market's giving us a clear verdict," Ross said, gesturing toward the window. "The death of cities was greatly exaggerated." "And yet everything has changed," the investor replied. "Remote work, hybrid models, the great resignation." "Surface changes," Ross countered. "The fundamentals remain. Talent clusters. Innovation happens when people interact. The most valuable companies in the world still need urban headquarters to attract the best people." At 81, Ross maintained the same intensity that had driven him since founding related companies in 1972. He still personally reviewed pro formas. He still made the final call on major investments. His wealth had grown even during the pandemic. Forbes now estimated his net worth at approximately $8,200,000,000, with that figure climbing toward $10 billion by 2024. The Dolphins franchise represented the largest single component of that wealth. Forbes valued the team at approximately $6,760,000,000 by 2024, with Ross's 95% stake worth around $6,400,000,000. The remainder came from his controlling interest in related companies, his personal real estate holdings, and his share of Hudson Yards equity. Ross had structured his empire carefully, utilizing every tax-efficient strategy available: 1031 exchanges to defer capital gains, opportunity zone investments, charitable trusts, and the significant depreciation benefits that real estate offered. His primary residence remained in New York, with the Florida connection providing both business necessity through the Dolphins and potential tax advantages. "We're not just surviving," Ross told the investor. "We're expanding." Related Fund Management now has over $60 billion in assets under management. "We've developed more than 60,000 residential units. And we're just getting started on the Western Yards." The investor smiled. "Always another mountain to climb." Ross nodded. That was the essence of his character, the relentless push forward, the inability to rest on accomplishments. Hudson Yards had redefined the New York skyline, but Phase 2, the Western Yards, would complete his vision. The summer of 2022 brought unexpected turbulence. In August, the NFL announced that Ross would be suspended through October and fined $1.5 million following an investigation into tampering with quarterback Tom Brady and coach Sean Payton. The league had also examined allegations from former coach Brian Flores that Ross had offered bonuses to Tank for draft picks, a charge the investigation did not substantiate. In his Miami Beach home, with its carefully curated art collection and views of Biscayne Bay, Ross met with his inner circle to discuss the situation. The suspension meant he couldn't attend NFL games or represent the Dolphins at league meetings until mid-October. "This is a distraction," Ross said, his voice betraying rare frustration. "We've accepted the tampering penalties, but I never instructed anyone to lose games deliberately. Never." The advisors nodded. They had weathered controversies before, including the backlash from Ross hosting a fundraiser for President Trump in 2019. Public image challenges came with the territory of high-profile wealth and sports team ownership. "The team is positioned well," said Tom Garfinkel, president of the Dolphins. "Coach McDaniel has the players' confidence. Tua is developing. The suspension will pass quickly." Ross moved to the window, watching twilight settle over the water. At his age, time had a different quality, both more precious and more expansive. He had built a fortune, transformed skylines, revitalized neighborhoods, and contributed hundreds of millions to philanthropy, particularly to the University of Michigan, his alma mater. Yet there remained unfinished business: a championship for the Dolphins, the completion of Hudson Yards, the question of succession. "We focus on what matters," he said finally. "The fundamentals of the business, the quality of the assets, the strength of the balance sheet." The public narrative changes, the underlying value persists. By early 2024, with his net worth approaching $10.1 billion according to Forbes, Ross had fully recovered from the NFL discipline episode. Related companies employed approximately 3,000 people and generated an estimated annual revenue exceeding $5 billion. The firm's privately held status meant exact figures remained confidential, but the scale was undeniable. Ross's personal routine remained disciplined. He split time between his residences, maintained a regular exercise regimen, and devoted hours each day to reviewing investment opportunities and operational reports. His income flowed not from a traditional salary but from distributions, development fees, asset management fees, and promotes, the share of profits above specified hurdle rates. On a clear winter morning, Ross arrived at the related offices in Hudson Yards. Despite his age, now 83, he moved with purpose, nodding to staff members as he made his way to the conference room where Blau and Beal awaited with the quarterly performance reports. "The fund platform exceeded targets again," Blau reported. "Institutional appetite for our products remains strong, despite the interest rate environment." Ross studied the figures. "And the Western Yards timeline?" "On track," Beal replied. "We'll be ready to commence platform construction in 2025, subject to final approvals and market conditions." The Western Yards represented the final phase of Hudson Yards, encompassing the remaining portion of the rail yards west of the current development. It would include additional office space, residential towers, and public amenities, completing Ross's vision for the neighborhood. "Good," Ross said simply. Later that day, in a quiet moment between meetings, Ross stood at the window of his office, gazing down at the vessel, the distinctive copper-colored structure that served as Hudson Yards' centerpiece. People moved around it like electrons, following the intricate pattern of staircases. He thought about the journey, from his early days using tax law knowledge to structure affordable housing deals, to building related into a powerhouse, to transforming New York's skyline with Hudson Yards. The path had never been straight. There had been recessions, political battles, financial crises, and a pandemic. Through it all, his approach had remained consistent: identify long-term value, secure patient capital, execute with precision, and withstand short-term volatility. As evening approached, Ross left the office and walked through the Hudson Yards Plaza. Few of the visitors recognized him, the billionaire hidden in plain sight among the crowds enjoying his creation. He preferred it that way. His name adorned business schools and hospitals through his philanthropy, but his most significant legacy was the physical reshaping of urban landscapes. In the gathering twilight, the buildings of Hudson Yards glowed with internal light, a vertical city within a city. Ross paused, taking in the view. Whatever came next, succession plans, market cycles, political shifts, the steel and glass reality of what he had built would remain, transforming New York's skyline for generations to come. The true measure of wealth, he had often thought, wasn't the number in a Forbes ranking. It was the tangible impact on the world, the neighborhoods created, the skylines reimagined, the philanthropic legacies established. By that measure, Stephen M. Ross had achieved wealth beyond calculation. As night fell fully over Manhattan, he turned and walked toward the waiting car, already thinking about tomorrow's meetings, the next deal, the next challenge. The restless mind that had driven him for 8 decades showed no signs of slowing. There was always another mountain to climb. The Manhattan skyline glowed in the late afternoon light as Stephen Ross stood at the floor-to-ceiling windows of his Columbus Circle office. At 85, his silhouette remained remarkably unchanged. Tall, broad-shouldered, the posture of a man who had built empires from sheets of paper and parcels of land. He gazed westward, beyond the gleaming towers of Hudson Yards Phase 1, toward the western yard where the next chapter would soon unfold. "The platform construction starts next month," said Jeff Blau, entering the room with a stack of renderings. CEO of related companies since 2012, Blau had been Ross's right hand for over 30 years now. The numbers still work, even with the rate environment. Ross nodded, his eyes fixed on the rail yard below, a tangle of steel tracks that most had seen as an impossibility, but he had recognized as Manhattan's final frontier. "The contractors are locked in," Blau continued. "We've secured additional equity from the Qataris and the Ontario Pension Fund. Everyone's still betting on New York despite what the headlines say." "They always do," Ross said quietly. "Eventually." The second phase of Hudson Yards represented the final brushstroke on Ross's masterpiece. A development that had transformed Manhattan's far west side from industrial wasteland to a vertical city within a city. The Western Yard platform would take 2 years to complete, spanning 2025 to 2027, followed by another wave of towers, parks, and public spaces. The entire project had consumed nearly 2 decades of his life, outlasting recessions, a pandemic, and countless critics who had declared it too ambitious, too expensive, too risky. Yet here they stood, contemplating its completion. "The board wants to discuss succession planning at next month's meeting," Blau said carefully, changing subjects. "Nothing urgent, but they've been asking more frequently." Ross turned from the window. "I'm not dead yet, Jeffrey." "No one's suggesting you are," Blau smiled. "But the Dolphin situation is more complex given the NFL ownership rules. 3/4 vote for any transfer. We should have clarity on paper, even if implementation is years away." Ross nodded. At his age, legacy planning wasn't morbid, it was responsible. The Miami Dolphins, which he had acquired in 2008 and built into a franchise valued at nearly $7 billion, remained one of his greatest points of pride and his most visible unfinished business. "Bruce and I have been operating the company day to day for years now," Blau continued, referencing Bruce Beal Jr., Related's president. "The markets understand that continuity, but putting the formal structure in place would help with institutional investors, succession planning, and my obituary?" Ross finished with a slight smile. "I wasn't going to say that. But you were thinking about it." Ross moved to his desk, a modernist slab of marble and steel. "I've been reading too many of them lately. Friends, competitors. I don't intend to join them anytime soon." "Of course not. But the Wall Street Journal will write one eventually, whether it's next year or 20 years from now. Wouldn't you rather shape what it says?" Ross considered this. The papers would undoubtedly call him the billionaire behind Hudson Yards and owner of the Miami Dolphins. But he hoped for something more. Recognition of transformation, of vision, of giving back. Not just wealth accumulated, but landscapes changed and institutions built. "Chairman Emeritus has a certain ring to it," Ross conceded, "but I'll keep my office." "No one would dream of suggesting otherwise," Blau said. "The NFL succession is the more complex piece. The league has those 3/4 approval requirements." Ross nodded. "Set up the meetings, but make it clear I'm planning for continuity, not retirement." The University of Michigan campus was vibrant with spring energy as Ross walked the familiar paths toward the business school that bore his name. After donating more than $40 million to his alma mater over the years, the Ross School of Business stood as perhaps his most personal legacy, a testament to his belief in education as the foundation of opportunity. "They're finalizing the curriculum expansion," said the dean, walking alongside him toward the school's central courtyard. "Your latest gift will allow us to double the entrepreneurship program and add the sustainability initiative." Ross nodded approvingly. "Good. Business can't just be about profit anymore. These students need to understand that capitalism with purpose is the only sustainable model." They paused by a wall displaying the names of notable alumni. Ross found his own class of 62 among them. 63 years had passed since his graduation, yet the university remained his emotional anchor, the place that had given a Detroit boy the tools to rebuild skylines. "The Health System Board also wanted me to express their gratitude," the dean continued. "The new research wing is already attracting top talent in cardiac care." Ross nodded. His philanthropy had expanded beyond the business school to Michigan's health system, athletics department, and other initiatives. Not because he had signed the Giving Pledge. He hadn't, but because he believed in institutions, building over splashy public commitments. "Any chance we'll see you at the stadium opener in September?" the dean asked. "The team looks promising this year." "Barring conflicts," Ross said, "though I've got my hands full with my own team in Miami." The Dolphins. Despite all his success in real estate and development, the Super Bowl trophy remained elusive. The franchise had not won a championship since 1973, long before his ownership. Each season brought renewed hope and, inevitably, renewed disappointment. Speaking of which, Ross checked his watch. "I should get back. We've got draft strategy meetings this afternoon." As they turned back toward the administration building, a student approached hesitantly. "Mr. Ross, sorry to interrupt. I'm doing my capstone project on Hudson Yards, specifically on mixed-income housing models. I was wondering if you had any thoughts on balancing luxury development with affordability needs." Ross paused, studying the young man. The question touched on one of the persistent critiques of his development philosophy, that the luxury-led model, even with affordable components, ultimately accelerated inequality. "Come walk with me," Ross said, gesturing for the student to join them. "The short answer is that scale matters. Without the luxury components, the affordable units don't get built at all. The market-rate buyers subsidize the below-market units. That's how you make the math work." "But critics say the percentage is too small," the student pressed. "Critics don't have to make payroll or debt service," Ross replied evenly. "What's your name?" "Michael, sir." "Michael, here's what I've learned in 50 years of development. Perfection is the enemy of progress. Would I like to build more affordable units? Of course. But development in urban cores requires cross-subsidization. The high-end finances the rest and creates jobs across the spectrum. The tax base funds schools, police, and parks. The true failure would be building nothing at all." The student nodded thoughtfully. "Thank you, sir. That helps with my perspective chapter." As they reached the front steps of the administration building, Ross extended his hand. "Send me your paper when it's done. I'm always interested in fresh thinking." The Hard Rock Stadium suite was quiet as Ross watched the Dolphins' practice session from above. 30 dolphins leaping across the newly painted end zone represented the franchise's signature, a brand he had carefully cultivated during his ownership. "Defense looks sharp today," said Tom Garfinkel, the team's CEO. "Coach McDaniel has them focused." Ross nodded, his eyes tracking the quarterback's movements. "And the draft prospects?" "We've narrowed it to 3 options for our first-round pick. The scouting department believes any of them could be immediate contributors." The Dolphins had improved steadily over recent seasons but hadn't reached the conference championship since 1992. Ross had invested hundreds of millions in stadium renovations, training facilities, coaching talent, all in pursuit of the championship that continued to elude him. "What about the succession question?" Garfinkel asked carefully. "The commissioner mentioned it at the owners' meeting last month." "Jeffrey's handling the framework," Ross replied. The league rules make it complicated. 3/4 vote for any ownership transfer, but will have a clear structure in place. The unspoken question hung between them. Would the Dolphins remain in the Ross family, or would they eventually be sold to fund his philanthropic ambitions? He hadn't decided. His daughter and 4 sons had their own careers and interests. The franchise, valued at nearly $7 billion, represented a significant portion of his wealth that could alternatively fund hospitals, research, education. "We'll get clarity this year," Ross assured him, "but my focus remains on winning now." As the practice concluded, Ross stood and straightened his jacket. "I'll be at the community center groundbreaking tomorrow. Make sure the players understand how important this is, not just the facility, but what it represents for Liberty City." The community investments were more than PR. They reflected Ross's evolving understanding of sports ownership as community stewardship. The Billionaire owner label had never sat comfortably with him. He preferred to be known for what he built, not what he was worth. The model of Hudson Yards Phase 2 dominated the conference room table, a miniature cityscape of towers, parks, and plazas rising above a platform that didn't yet exist. Around the table sat representatives from Oxford Properties, Qatar Investment Authority, and the Ontario Teachers' Pension Plan, the key equity partners in the development's final phase. Platform construction begins in 60 days. Bruce Beal Jr., Related's president, was explaining. "We've locked in steel pricing, labor agreements are signed, and the regulatory approvals are complete. Even with the interest rate environment, the numbers work." Ross studied the faces around the table. These partnerships, particularly with sovereign wealth and pension funds, had become his signature capital innovation. Patient, aligned, institutional money that could weather cycles and think in decades rather than quarters. "The residential towers will include the negotiated affordable component," Beal continued. 15% of units at income-restricted rates, as agreed with the community board. "The public park expansion adds 3 acres, and we've committed to local hiring targets for both construction and permanent jobs." This was the Ross playbook in action: frame developments as job engines, include affordable components, emphasize public realm improvements, bring labor unions into alignment with prevailing wage agreements, and deploy patient capital to outlast opposition. "Market conditions?" asked the representative from Qatar Investment Authority. "Office absorption has stabilized post-pandemic," Blau answered. "The flight to quality trend continues to benefit Class A developments like ours. We're seeing tech tenants return to the market, and financial services expansion remains strong. Residential demand exceeds supply in the luxury segment, particularly for the monetized product we deliver." Ross listened quietly. The development game had evolved dramatically since he began in the 1970s with affordable housing and tax-advantaged structures. The scale was larger, the capital more institutional, the politics more complex, but the fundamentals remained unchanged. Location, timing, entitlements, and execution still determines success or failure. "One question remains unresolved," said the Oxford representative. "The community advocates are pressing for additional affordable units beyond the negotiated percentage. They're organizing around it quite effectively." Ross finally spoke. "We'll meet with them next week. The percentages were agreed upon in the initial approvals, but we can explore alternatives, perhaps a standalone affordable building in partnership with the city. The economics need to work, but we've always believed in mixed-income communities." The meeting continued with technical discussions of infrastructure costs and phasing strategies. Ross's mind drifted momentarily to the broader questions that increasingly occupied him as he approached his mid-80s. How would history remember this transformation of Manhattan's western edge? As a triumph of urban planning and public-private partnership, or as a monument to luxury and inequality? The answer, he suspected, would not arrive in his lifetime. Urban legacies required generations to crystallize. Evening found Ross in his apartment at 35 Hudson Yards, the 92-story residential tower that crowned his development. floor-to-ceiling windows revealed a 360-degree panorama of the city he had helped reshape, the Hudson River to the west, the Empire State Building to the east, and the glittering constellation of towers in between. Jeff Blau sat across from him, both men nursing glasses of scotch as they reviewed the day's developments. The board approved the succession framework, Blau reported. You remain executive chairman, with the option to transition to chairman emeritus at your discretion. Bruce and I continue as CEO and president, with expanded decision-making authority on standard investments. The special committee structure for major acquisitions remains unchanged. Ross nodded. And the Dolphins? The NFL Council is reviewing our proposed structure. Initial feedback is positive, but they're thorough. The family trust components are complex. They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, two men who had built together for decades. You know, Ross said finally, when I started, I never imagined this. He gestured toward the window encompassing Hudson Yards, the skyline, the empire they had assembled. I just wanted to make the math work on affordable housing deals. Blau smiled. And now? Now I wonder what we missed. What we could have done differently. Ross took a sip of his scotch. The critics aren't entirely wrong, Jeffrey. The city is more unequal than when we began. More expensive. Less accessible. That's not on us, Blau countered. We've created thousands of jobs, built affordable units, paid billions in taxes, improved infrastructure. Ross held up a hand. I know, and I'm proud of what we've built. But, as I think about what comes next, the philanthropy, the legacy planning, I wonder if there's a better model. A way to preserve the financial viability while expanding the affordability. A way to balance the luxury with more access. Blau nodded thoughtfully. The Western Yard gives us that opportunity. We could reconsider the mix, explore new financing structures, partner differently with the city. Exactly, Ross said. I may not see it completed, but I want the framework in place, a template for what comes after me. The conversation turned to specific philanthropic initiatives, expanded giving to Michigan, new healthcare research funding, support for Jewish community causes. Ross had never signed the giving pledge, preferring targeted institutional gifts over broad commitments, but the question of his ultimate philanthropic direction remained open. The Ross School of Business is secure, he said, but I'm thinking about something more fundamental, affordable housing at true scale perhaps, coming full circle to where I began. We could structure a foundation, Blau suggested, or a dedicated fund with specific development parameters. Ross nodded. Draft something, not for tomorrow but for the next board meeting. I want options. As Blau departed, Ross remained at the window, contemplating the city that had been both his campus and his benefactor. From his first affordable housing syndications to the gleaming vertical neighborhood of Hudson Yards, he had reshaped the skyline through an unmatched understanding of structure, financial, physical, political. The buildings would outlast him, of course. The question was whether the philosophy behind them would evolve, whether the next generation of development could balance profit and purpose more effectively, whether the model could be improved without being abandoned. Ross turned from the window and moved to his desk, where plans for Hudson Yards Phase 2 awaited his review. Even in his mid-80s, he remained immersed in the details, the pro formas, the financing structures, the entitlement strategies. The final act of his signature project demanded nothing less. The sun had set fully now, and the towers of Hudson Yards glowed against the night sky, a physical manifestation of vision, persistence, and the transformative power of patient capital. Ross studied them silently, a man contemplating not just what he had built, but what would be built after him. Thanks for listening to the story. Please subscribe, turn on notifications, and like the video. Feel free to share the video with your friends who love money stories.